City Planning Board. Good afternoon. This is the Jersey City Board Planning Board meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 14th, and it is 5:35 p.m. Start time. Can we all stand for the Pledge of the Allegiance? I pledge the allegiance
To the
To
flag
the flag
of the United
of the
States,
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
for all. Madam Chair, I'd like to say a few words if I can.
Sure.
All the troops that are overseas involved in this action, I wish them all the best and also for their families. God bless America.
Thank you. Sunshine notice, sunshine announcement.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. Today is July 14th in the year 2026. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Publics Meeting Act, notice of this meeting has been posted with the city clerk on the city bulletin and the city website on July 10th of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Stamato will be serving as the acting vice chair. So can I have the roll call, please?
Yes. Let me get my attendance sheet. All right, I'm just going to go right down the list. And I have Commissioner Barnaby listed first.
Commissioner
I'm here.
All right. Madam Chair Gungadin,
here.
Commissioner Conway,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Capers. Did he join? I didn't actually see. No, he's not here. Okay. Commissioner Acting Vice Chair, Commissioner Stamato.
Here,
Okay, we have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we swear in the staff, please?
I see Cam, Matt, Ben, Joe. You guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cam, correspondence?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have quite a lot. Oh, and for the record, I have the sunshine announcement. We'll mark it as B1.
Okay.
Yes, and we have quite a lot of correspondence, Madam Chair. Starting under old business on page 7, item C. This is case P 2026-0064. It's a 1-year extension. Address is 405 Route 440. They've requested a carry with preservation of notice to July 28th. Then moving into new business on the next page, page 8, item 10. This is case P 2025-0125. It is a review and discussion of amendments to the Powerhouse Arts District redevelopment plan, and they have requested a carry with preservation of notice to August 11th. Moving on to page 12, item 24. This is case P 2025-0172. It's a minor site plan, and they are requesting to carry to July 28th. No need to carry notice. No notice is required.
That's case P 2025-0172.
Yes, correct. Then immediately after that, item 25 on the agenda, it's case P 2026-0023. It's an administrative amendment. Address is 20 Long Slip, and that they've requested to carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. Following that, we have item 26, also requesting to carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. This is case P 2024-0008 for a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 33 Division Street. Again, they are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. And the last item on the agenda and the last item to be requesting to carry is item 29 on page 14. This is case P 2025-0169. It's a preliminary major site plan. Address is 506 Summit Avenue. They've requested a carry with preservation of notice to July 28th. And that concludes correspondence, Madam Chair.
27 is not being carried, right?
27 and 28 are not requesting a carry. They wish to stick with us through the night and see how
Okay,
things go.
that's fine.
Mhm.
And I'll note
Okay.
that I saw Councilperson Little and Commissioner Capers arrive, and I have it noted in the record.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Little. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. Thank you. And I didn't see Commissioner Capers. Is he on?
Yes, I'm on.
Oh, there you are. How are you doing?
How you doing, Madam Chair?
Good, good. For the record, can we for the record to reflect Councilwoman Little and Commissioner Capers. So moving on to old business, I would like to call on case P 2026-0094. It's a one-year extension. Address is 770 Washington Boulevard, formerly 150 River Drive. The attorney is Eleanor J. Webster.
I've promoted Rebecca to cover this case.
Good evening.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. Rebecca Mariello from Connell Foley, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Newport Associates Development Company, on a one-year extension of preliminary site plan approval. So Newport has obtained preliminary site plan approval under case number P21-163 on July 26, 2022. For its preliminary approval for the construction of 3 high-rise towers. One that's commonly known as the Eastern Tower. It's a 47-story tower. Another tower that we call the Western Tower. That's a 38-story residential tower. And then there's a central tower that will consist of 180 residential units. This is a development project in the northeastern quadrant of the Newport redevelopment plan area. Under the municipal land use law, applicants, they're conferred rights under preliminary approval for a period of 3 years. So that would have pushed this approval to July 26th of 2025 for the vesting period. Now, this board granted the applicant a 1-year extension of the preliminary approval to July 26th of 2026 of this year. So the vesting period for this approval is expiring this year, and the applicant is here asking for another 1-year extension to extend the vesting period to July 26th of 2027. Just to give the board some updates of how this project has progressed over the years. In November of 2024, the applicant received amended final site plan approval to construct the Eastern Tower, which is the 47-story tower, for development, and the applicant actually received financing from their lender at the end of last year to construct this project, so construction should be underway soon. The applicant has also perfected various subdivision approvals for which the other towers will be situated on. So we're asking for another year extension to perfect our approvals and fine tune the projects for the Central Tower and the Western Tower.
That concludes your presentation, Rebecca.
That concludes my presentation.
Any comments from the board?
No.
No?
No.
I have no.
Okay. Hearing none, I would like to open to the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the public raising any issues.
Do I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Public is closed. Cam?
Yes, Madam Chair. As we usually do, planning staff is just going to ask that the applicant's attorney agree that they will comply with all of the original conditions that were placed upon this project under the original approval. And if the applicant's attorney agrees, planning staff would recommend approval.
Yes, the applicant agrees to continue to abide by all those conditions.
Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to entertain a motion.
Second.
No, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Somebody's got to move the motion.
I move to approve case number P 2026-0094. The address is, I'm sorry? 770 Washington Boulevard.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do I get a second?
Second.
All right, on a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Councilperson Elena Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gungadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Pam, I think I have the next one too, right?
Yes.
So I'd like to call in case P 2026-0062, which is a interim use site plan extension. Address is 770 Washington Boulevard. Is that you, Rebecca?
Yes, Kim, if you
Yeah.
could please promote Jim McCann as well.
Just promoted.
Great, thank you. Okay, everybody. So Rebecca Mariello on behalf of Connell Foley here again. The applicant is Newport Associates Development Company. We're here tonight seeking an interim use approval for a period of 3 years. So I want to give you guys some background of this application. On June 9th of 2020, Newport came before the planning board to request interim use approval to permit the operation of a mobile concrete batching plant on the properties that are currently designated on the Jersey City tax map as block 7302, lots 317 and 320. So the address is currently known as 770 Washington Boulevard in Jersey City. This approval authorized the use of a mobile concrete batching plant to operate on the property for a 3-year period between June 9th of 2020 to June 9th of 2023. The purpose of this request in 2020 was because Newport was actively developing the northeast quadrant of the Newport redevelopment plan area, constructing various apartment buildings, and the idea was to supply concrete to those buildings internally within the area, which would help the projects progress and not have the need to get concrete from outside of Jersey City and having these trucks come in and out. The purpose of the concrete batching plant as an added bonus was to also provide concrete for other projects within the city, as well as outside municipalities like Hoboken. So on June 13th of 2023, the applicant came before this board again for another 3-year extension of that interim use approval to continue constructing projects within the Newport redevelopment plan. And at that time, the board granted another interim three-year approval to extend this approval from June 9th, 2023 to June 9th of 2026. So the applicant is here before this board again in July of 2026, asking for another 3-year extension of the interim use approval to operate the concrete batching plant from June 9th of 2026 to June 8th of 2029. And council, I apologize. The applicant uploaded an affidavit of service to Tyler Portal on July 8th of 2026. Can we mark that as A1?
We can.
Thank you.
A1.
So I was just here before this board on an application 2 minutes ago, telling you about all the different projects that Newport is developing in the Northeast quadrant, including that 47-story building that's going to start going up soon. Another project that Newport had constructed with this concrete batching plant was a project commonly known as the Wave. That was a 25-story building, a 12-story building, and a 5-story building. So the concrete plan is just to help the construction of these buildings. Now, there was an interim use site plan approved by the Division of Planning in September of 2020 that was signed by the board and marked signed by the Division of Planning. That plan was uploaded with our application, and we are relying on that plan for tonight's request for an extension, another 3-year period. We have no changes to that plan. There have been no changes to that plan since 2020. We're going to continue to operate as that plan is depicted. I do have a professional engineer from Dresdner Robin that we could call if it would please the board to go over it. Otherwise, we rely on our papers and what was submitted on Tyler Portal as part of this application. And lastly, I'll note the applicant agrees to continue to abide by all the conditions of approval that were imposed during the 2020 approval as well as the 2023 approval if this application were to be approved tonight.
So, Madam Chair, there were 2 resolutions. This was presented to the board. The board did grant the interim use approval for a period of time, which was 3 years at the time. So I think we can accept the representation of council with respect to that being a continuation of the use. But if anybody feels there's been any concern or issue and they want to hear about it, then obviously that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with council's presentation as well.
Agreed.
Okay,
I totally agree with you, Madam Chair.
thank you. Does that wrap up your presentation, Rebecca?
That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, does the board have any concerns?
No.
Okay. I'd like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the Republic responding to this.
So can I get a second to close the public comment?
Second.
Public is closed. Cam?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the Newport redevelopment plan, it allows the planning board to approve the duration of interim uses, and the planning board can even determine what those interim uses are. So it gives a lot of freedom for approving interim uses in Newport. That being said, this is probably one of the better sites in Jersey City for an interim use concrete batch plant, given the fact that there's virtually no adjacent residential units. So it's not creating a nuisance or any type of adverse impact to the general public's health, welfare, well-being. And as part of those conditions that the applicants already agreed to, we have the continuation of the dust mitigation being performed on site, which I've observed from doing site visits, they are spraying and using mats. So having all that said, planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Can I get a motion?
I move to approve case number P 2026-0062 of 770 Washington Boulevard for approval.
Second.
Thank
All
you.
right. On a
Roll
motion,
call, please.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
Jim, I just want to agree with you, what you had stated as far as the dust conditions. The most important thing, it's really worked out well as far as traffic is concerned. I vote aye.
And Madam Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Nice seeing everyone. Have a good night.
You too. I'd like to move on to new business. Number 9, review and discussion of certified artist Yasmin Atamor. Formal action may be taken.
All right, so this artist has been deemed eligible for the certified artist housing lotteries we have in Jersey City. They've met criterias 1 through 5, and planning staff agrees with their assessment, and we recommend approving the certification of artist Yasmin Atmore. And that concludes planning's comments.
Any questions from the board? If there's no questions from the board, I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the public raising their hands.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Public is closed. Can I get a roll call, please?
All right, Commissioner Barnaby,
Her artwork is beautiful. Aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Well deserved. Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
I agree with Commissioner Barnaby. The artwork is exceptionally beautiful. I vote aye.
And Madam Chair Gangadin.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations, Yasmin. Keep up the great work. Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, I'd like to move on to case B 2026-0070. It is a minor subdivision with C variance. Address is 174 Newark Avenue. Applicant is Jersey City Redevelopment Agency.
Promoting Carl.
All right, still waiting for technology to make my lives easier. Good morning, good afternoon, board members. My name is Carl Kem, lawyer on the application from the law firm of Miniman, Scotland and Bauman. As indicated, this is a minor subdivision by the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. We have provided notice in accordance with the municipal land use law and the city ordinances vesting the board with jurisdiction to hear this matter. If there's no preliminary matters, we'll proceed with the application.
Good evening, council. We do mark them here at the board, so I'm in receipt of your affidavit of publication proof of mailing. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just a quick overview, it's a relatively straightforward application. The project is located in the 174 Newark Avenue redevelopment area and subject to the 174 Newark Avenue redevelopment plan. The lot is presently lot 13, which has frontage on Newark Avenue, hence the street address of 174 Newark Avenue. It is presently designated as block 11401, lot 13. The proposal is to subdivide it into 2 parcels. The front piece facing on Newark Avenue will become lot 13.02, and that will remain vacant, eventually to be developed by a redeveloper. The back portion, which fronts on First Street, which has a address assigned by the tax assessor of 253 First Street, that will be lot 13.01. That presently has a parking lot that is operated by the city with an arrangement by the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. The redevelopment plan provides that the existing lot sizes are to remain. The proposal will create 2 lots that are not the same square footage. So there, hence we need a variance for each lot of that's essentially being undersized. We have our surveyor present to give testimony and present the the survey, the subdivision plan. But that's largely the entire application, and if there's nothing further, we'll proceed with our first witness.
What is the name of your surveyor?
Sure, our surveyor is Mark Baker, Baker.
All right, Mark is being promoted.
Great, and he'll have the ability to share screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mark? It takes a minute sometimes.
Mark, are you there?
I know he's going to be present. I spoke to him not less than a half hour ago. Maybe he's having connection issues. There we are. Mark, can you hear us? You might be muted.
Is that better?
Yep, and please turn on your
Oh.
camera.
Oh, sorry about the technology. Yours truly is not great at this. There we go, I think.
All right.
There we go.
Perfect. Mark,
Now
I need to
it's-
swear you in, okay?
Yes, sir.
You raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Mark Lee Baker.
Thank you.
Mark, is
And-
your license current and in good standing?
Yes.
Okay, you're qualified. You may proceed.
Oh, I like that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Mark, I'll just turn it over to you. If you would just put your plan of survey on the screen. This is the plan that has been submitted to the board, and just explain the existing property and the subdivision and the resulting lot sizes.
Bear
Or I
with
can
me.
share for you if it's easier.
It might be easier for you because this is all new for me on this one.
Yeah, no
That'd be great.
worries.
Thank you.
Every one of these programs has them located in a different location. Why is it not showing the plan? Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me just resize it so it'll share better. Okay, everyone should be able to see the plan on the screen.
Yes.
There.
Okay,
Yes.
so this is the plan of subdivision that was submitted with the application. So Mark, if you just want to explain, and I'll use the pointer to go along.
And council, just zoom in a little bit so everyone can see.
Thank you. Yeah, sometimes it's hard. If I zoom in a little too much, it doesn't show the whole thing, so I'll try to squeeze it on. How's that? Better?
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone.
So
Mark, take it away.
basically, we the original lot 13 is I kind of call it a meat cleaver shaped lot. So we have about a 25-foot wide lot on Newark Avenue, and a 75-foot wide lot up on First Street. And we basically created two lots on First Street, be a 75-foot by 100. It's a rectangular lot that's created over there, and in order to we subdivided off the 25-foot wide lot on Newark Avenue, just basically by extending the rear line of the lots on First Avenue. So we proposed two different parcels. Lot 13.01 on First Street, and lot 13.02 on Newark Avenue.
And the resulting lot size for 1301 on First Avenue will be 7,500 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the resulting lot for 13.02 fronting on Newark will be 2,462 square feet. Is that correct?
that's correct. Yes.
And although that is somewhat small, there's other similar lot sizes in the vicinity. Is that correct?
Right. There's a lot of those 25-foot wide by 100. If Newark Avenue didn't take the angle break, you generally have a lot of those 25-foot by 100-foot parcels in that neighborhood.
Thank you. And that is the extent of our testimony. It's a straightforward minor subdivision. If there's any questions, we're available to field questions from the board and the board professionals and the public.
Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay. Or can you stop sharing for the time being?
Certainly.
If there's no question from the board, I would like to open public. Is there anyone from public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from public questioning this.
Can I get a second to close public?
Second.
Public is closed. Mrs. Ben?
Yes. So there is a objective in the redevelopment plan to promote the redevelopment of the existing surface parking area with an economically viable mixed-use commercial building. I think this subdivision takes a hard-to-develop single lot and turns it into two easier-to-develop lots. So I think the variance is warranted to support the master plan, or sorry, the redevelopment plan. Staff recommends approval provided that the applicant agree to the conditions in the staff memo dated July 7th, 2026.
And we agree to those conditions. Thank you.
Great. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I move to approve case number P 2026-0070.
Second.
Second? Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you very much, board members and the professionals. And Ben, thank you for your help throughout. Have a good summer, everybody.
You too.
Thank you.
I'd like to call case P 2024-0244, preliminary and final major site plan. Address is 167-169 Newark Avenue. Mr. Joseph?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Stephen Joseph for the applicant. Great to be here tonight. This was a notice application. I would ask that we enter the notices into evidence, please.
Thank you, Council. Madam Chair, I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the preliminary and final major site plan at 167 and 169 Newark Avenue. It does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our architect this evening is Ahmed Amara. I would ask that he raise his hand if he's in the attendees.
Yeah, I don't see Ahmed. He might be under a different name. Okay, I'm promoting Adam.
Adam's the engineer.
Good evening, Adam Candiel, civil engineer.
Good evening, sir.
So I don't believe Ahmed is available at the moment. I don't. It doesn't appear he's in front of the computer, so I'd ask that the board move on to the next application.
Okay.
for the time being. I apologize.
So, Madam Chair, we can carry it to later on in the evening, and we'll just hold the notice.
No,
Council.
Ahmed is on. Ahmed is on the call.
What's his username?
Is he?
He said he is on. He's just he got kicked out. He said, but he was in.
Hmm. He must not have a username utilizing his name. EG Architects. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the name. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I apologize for the technical difficulties.
Okay.
All right, while we're getting him up here and promoted. So 167 Newark Avenue, this is it's a through lot with frontage both on Newark Ave and Columbus Drive. It's in the Newark Avenue downtown redevelopment plan. Fairly simple project, 4 stories, 15 units, and we're seeking preliminary and final major site plan approval. No variances associated with the project. Ahmed will walk you through the plans if we could get him sworn in, and I think it's fairly straightforward.
Hi, Matt. I'll swear in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Absolutely. Ahmed Amara. First name is Ahmed. Last name is Emara.
Thank you.
Hi, Ahmed. Is your license current and in good standing?
It is current and in good standing, yes.
Okay, you're qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you. As Stephen just mentioned, 167 Newark Ave, I'll share my screen, is an as-of-right project. I will take you through my presentation. We also have the drawings that were submitted, and the drawings and the presentation doesn't show anything different except for 1 or 2 diagrams just to show the massing. This is A1, and it's 18 slides, Stephen.
Thank you. Is there there's a date on the front of it, right? July 8th,
July
2026? This is the presentation set consisting of 18 slides dated July 8th, 2026.
Correct.
A2, Council.
A2. Yes.
That can be submitted after the hearing as.
We will upload it to the portal after the hearing.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go through this presentation right now. So this project, as you've seen on the submitted drawings, it's on Newark Avenue. It's a through lot from Newark to Christopher Columbus. It's between Barrow and Jersey Ave. It's in this block right here. Just a 3D of what's existing. Although it is important to mention that this property is already approved for a 6-story building that's under construction currently. This is the block right here. Barrow is blocked off here because this is all pedestrian. And this is the approved massing of the building next to us, and this is the proposed building on our site right here. This is another view of the massing, and from the back from Christopher Columbus, the property does get less wide. It's thinner, it's narrower on the Christopher Columbus side, and this is the mass that comes out on this side. This is our proposed design for the project, and I'll take you through the design right now and the floor plans. As mentioned, this is part of the Newark Avenue Downtown Redevelopment Plan. We are in the Zone District A and C, Block 12704. The maximum height varies depending on how you which route you take in the RDP. If no bonuses, and I'm reading straight out of the RDP, this quote right here, if no bonuses are sought, the current maximum height of 4 stories and 48 feet and other standards of the neighborhood commercial district where on-site parking is not required shall apply. And this is the route we're taking. We are going with 4 stories, 48 feet, and no other bonuses are being sought after. We have commercial on the ground floor, residential above. Residential is about 40% of the square footage of the total of the building. The common is the 46%. We have 14%, which is about 4,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor. And we have total of 15 units proposed in the building. We have 3 one-bedrooms, 9 two-bedrooms, and 3 three-bedrooms. This is the breakup of the building as I was just explaining it. The ground floor here is in pink is the commercial. The blue is the residential, 15 dwelling units. We do have 2 stairs coming up because we have a recreational roof deck on top, green roof in the back, and also the green roof wraps the recreational roof deck. Mechanical area is designed to be in this section right here. I do want to mention that the building has an existing cellar. The existing building has an existing cellar which is being reused and expanded to be on this portion of the property and not in the rear of the property, which faces Christopher Columbus. The site plan is pretty straightforward. We have 2 entrances, one off of Christopher Columbus Drive right here, and this one is basically the main exit from the one of the stair exits from the building, and the main lobby is on Newark Avenue right here. The elevator in the building is here, and this is the white is the retail space. I'll show you the floor plans right now. The pink here, again, matching the pink on the 3D view that you saw earlier, is the commercial space. The storefront frontage is along here and here. This is one of the stair egresses in the building, another stair egress here. One egress is onto Newark, and the other one egress is to Columbus. The cellar houses retail storage, tenant storage, the trash room. We have the bike storage also down here, and then the utility spaces of water meters, sprinkler room, and electric room.
Vidya, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I haven't said anything yet.
Sorry, can you can you zoom in a little
Yes, on which plan?
on the where the bike rack is?
Sure. Give me 1 second. I can zoom in. Right here.
So you have the bicycle storage for how many approximately how many bike storage?
8. We have more than 8, but we're required to have 8 for the 15 units.
So you said you have more than 8, but you're only required to have 8. So
We're
how
required,
are
yes,
there?
we meet the requirement of 8, yes, and the room is bigger than 8.
Did we have more storage for bikes? Because you're talking so many units. I'm sure they're going to be a lot more necessity for the number of bikes.
We have 15 units in the building.
Okay.
The requirement is 0.5, and we're required to have 8, and we're meeting the requirement, yes.
I think the question might be what's the maximum number of bicycles that can fit into that room with the
12.
rack system that's going?
12.
That answers the question.
Yes. Okay. I misunderstood the question.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry for the confusion. Yeah.
Yes.
Can we go
Question I
back?
have, the setbacks on both sides of the building from the other buildings is how big, how much?
0 setbacks on sides.
0 setbacks.
Yes.
That area, how are you going to clean it out? Is there any chance of stuff getting in between both buildings?
There shouldn't be. The building next door is a 6-story building on our right here.
Mm-hmm.
And on here is a 2-story building or a 3-story building, I believe, right now. This building, the existing building is a 2-story building, and we're going up to 4. So this is an infill. We're filling exactly between the 2 buildings. We do have window wells above, and those areas will be cleaned from the units. I'll go through them right now.
So there's no chance for trash buildup between the buildings? Is
No,
that-
no, there shouldn't be because those areas here, which I'll show in a second. So this is the typical floor plan, and I'll zoom in so everybody's
Okay,
is with me. So the typical floor plan right here, which is 2 through 4. On facing Newark, starting on facing Newark, we have a 3 bedroom in the front.
If you just go a little bit closer, Ahmed, just a
Sure,
little bit in more.
sure.
There you go.
Is this close enough? Just everybody's.
Yes,
yeah,
that is good.
Yes, perfect. We have a 3 bedroom in the front, and this is where the access elevator is. We have a utility closet, and as you move back, we have a 2 bedroom right here with a window well. And as you move further, I'm saying back, but it's towards Columbus Drive. We have another 2 bedroom here with window wells also. We have a 1 bedroom here with a window well as well. And then you get through the narrow area, and this is a 2 bedroom on this end with frontage on Columbus Drive. I'll just zoom out a
so
little.
those windows on that window wells, do they open at all?
Yes, they're operable windows.
All right, and again,
Yeah.
there's no chance for stuff to fall out into that area between the
So-
both buildings.
So the first floor is full coverage, and the setbacks are above the first floor. So if there is a chance for anything to fall between them, it would be accessible from the units that are on
Okay,
the second floor.
okay, all right, I understand.
Yes, yes. And I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any questions. I'll go through it, and please stop me if you feel you have any questions. So the roof plan, I'll zoom in again. We have an elevator here in the staircase and a vestibule. This is a 2x2 paver system for the recreational roof deck with green roof that wraps to this side, and this entire area is just green roof with mechanical section here hidden behind the bulkhead, and then mechanical here. Again, keep in mind that this area here next to us is the 6-story building that's currently under construction. This is a section of the building showing the cellar that's below here, and then the commercial level, which is 15 feet floor to floor, so higher ceiling on the ground floor for the commercial and the lobby, and then the units, the 3 stories of units above.
I had a question about the trash. Is there like a trash protocol, or where do you guys pick up trash for the residents or the people occupying the units?
Absolutely. So we have right here the elevator and the stairs. The trash is in this room. And if I go down to the cellar, we have a trash room in here, which is where it would be collected, compacted, and then brought up and outside on day of collection.
Yeah, onto North Avenue or Columbus?
To be completely honest with you, I'm assuming the pickup is going to be on Columbus, but that's something we haven't talked to like the ownership team and the management team of which side is going to be the pickup on. But I'm assuming the pickup is Columbus because that's the vehicular traffic, and Newark is more of a residential traffic.
Yeah, because that's a
Good, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Stamato. I was just concerned because for quality of life for the area is so tight, and being down there, I've done cleanups down there, and trash is like a main concern for residents in the city. So I just wanted to know if you guys had some type of trash procedure or like how.
Yes, that's what I'm describing. The trash should be collected down here. There's enough space here for it to be compacted, but also a table because I understand what you're talking about. I've dealt with that before. So there's also going to be an area where recyclables will be sorted, and also a cardboard would be folded, put together to be taken outside.
And the way what are you gonna wheel them out? They're like, what are they, Rubbermaid containers with wheels on them? You're gonna wheel it
Yes,
out?
yes. You wheel it out up the elevator and outside the building on the trash pickup days.
All right.
But you uncertain if it's going to be on Columbus or North Avenue.
From my understanding right now, the trash for the current building, for the current retail store that's there, is being collected on Newark. But I'm uncertain if moving forward it's going to be on Newark or Columbus. If I'm guessing right now, I'm guessing on Newark. But I honestly don't have a definitive answer. No.
Commissioners, do you have a preference? Because we can condition it on garbage being picked up on either or in council. Is this will be a private hauler, I suspect?
For the commercial space, I think it will be a private
Yeah,
hauler. I don't think
commercial will be.
private's required for the. I don't think private's required for the residential. But again, if there's a preference from the board on the side of the street, I think Columbus makes sense for the residential. The commercial, I do think there's private pickup that goes on to Newark for the other commercial
Yes.
spaces, but put everything on Columbus. That's not an issue.
If you could split it like that, I think we would feel a lot better about it. So you're
Yeah.
not mixing the commercial with the residential.
Yeah, I think the preference is definitely Columbus because that's, where the vehicular traffic is. Just
Okay.
so I can visualize, how far is this from the loading zone on Columbus?
I'm in planning board. Go ahead.
From the loading zone on Columbus, where is the?
Because
You're
Columbus,
talking about this area or here?
oh, no, I was thinking further east, so it is
No,
pretty
yeah,
far.
it's I think you're talking about the area like down here.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
pretty
no,
far.
we're
So
far from that.
yeah, okay.
So
Any other questions about that before I continue? I don't want to cut anybody off.
No, that was just as for me, that was just a concern because I know it's such a tight area,
No, it's a valid concern.
and
With buildings, I totally understand. And this area is not like it's not wide open. There's a lot of
yeah,
buildings in one area.
Yeah,
because it looks
Columbus
good.
makes sense.
It looks good on like from you presenting to us, but I'm just trying to picture it. Once it all said and done, where would all that go?
Yeah.
For the residents and everybody that's in the community.
I totally understand. Thank you, Commissioner. This is the view of the building that comes out at the Christopher Columbus side of the building. Same language as the front with smaller frontage. The front side, again, on Newark, we're using this metallic brass metal panel, using a brown brick and a smooth beige stucco in these areas here. Picking up the materials from the surrounding, and we like the brick. We like the brick that's on Newark. There's a lot of different types of bricks, and sort of melting together is the brown brick with the like lighter mortar joints, and the brass we think is a nice touch. And the commercial space is set back slightly to create this area here right outside. So the door's opening, people are not just right on the sidewalk, which is something that we've noticed on Newark Ave. This is a night shot of the building, and I'm happy to take any other questions, but this concludes my presentation.
Commissioner Samato, did you have a preference in regarding to the garbage?
Not really. I mean, except that, way I mentioned it before, commercial would be on one side and the residential would be on another side. I mean, I'd keep it separate, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that. And
Okay.
then again, it just makes sure that the containers, for their sake, that they have some type of rollers on it. They make these Rubbermaid containers. Maybe that would work, and they could just wheel them in the elevator and just wheel them, right out. But that's it.
No, that's valid. And if I may, just in terms of the trash pickup, is the preference is to separate the commercial and the residential, correct? But it
Correct.
doesn't have to be one side or the other. But separate them is more important.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You got to keep it
Okay.
separate.
No, we'll that we can do, certainly, no problem.
What we don't want to see, and I think the commissioners will go along with this also, we don't want to see a pile of garbage just out on the street.
No one wants to see that.
You got a beautiful building, and I believe everybody loves it, but it would just degrade it immensely.
No, certainly. I understand, and we have no objections to that. That's a smart suggestion. So thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Ahmed.
Capers, what do you think?
I'm sorry?
Commissioner Capers, what do you think? How do you feel about it?
Tomato, I agree with you. If they separate the commercial from, the resident trash, I'm all for it. My concern is, if it's going out on wheels or, if they had anything in place for that, but if they separate it, I'm okay with it.
All right.
Okay.
Commercial capers is going in the red notebook right now. So
Okay,
I'm going to
thank you.
separate them.
Thank you.
You got it.
We're going to hold you to this.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Ahmed. That
You're
concludes your
welcome.
presentation.
Yes, it does.
And that does conclude our direct testimony. We do have our engineer here to answer any questions. There were some comments from MUA and forestry. I believe most of those comments were already picked up and addressed in the revised set submitted to the portal. There's I think a couple of things regarding the sewer connection that there's still some coordination as we get into PDs with MUA. The only other thing I wanted to mention is we do have a determination of significance from the Historic Preservation Commission that the existing building is not historically significant.
Okay. So do we want to hear from Adam?
Madam Chair, it's
Commissioners?
up to you. I'm satisfied with what I see.
I am too satisfied, but is there any other commissioners that would like
Not
to?
really.
I'm satisfied.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Joseph, that wrap up your presentation then?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
You can stop the screen share. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to open for the public. Is there anyone for the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the public raising any issues as of yet.
So you're closing public?
I would suggest that we close the public.
Okay. Do I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Public is closed. This is Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we worked with the applicant's team through multiple rounds of review to get the project in front of you, the various changes in design, orientation, to get the product you see before you today. The product as presented complies with all development standards in the Newark Avenue downtown redevelopment plan area, redevelopment plan. The project also advances one of the objectives of the plan that says Objective C, which requires infill development on single-story building lots fronting Newark Avenue and Christopher Columbus Drive to create a more continuous landscape and eliminate gaps created by underdeveloped properties. And also just a point of clarification, I guess if it pleases the board, would you like to add a condition that the commercial use and the residential use have different basically trash pickup points?
Yes, Joseph.
Okay, so we'll have the applicant add that to their conditions. I also want to confirm with the applicant's team that they have read the staff memo dated July 14. And agreed to the conditions stated in the memo.
Yes, the conditions that are in the staff report are acceptable to the applicant.
Great. So given all that, staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. I would like to entertain a motion. Vice Chair.
Pat, you're on mute. You got to do it all over again.
I apologize. I move to approve case number P 2024-0244. And that's for address 167 and 169 with planning board staff conditions.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Little,
Councilwoman Little.
Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
Vice Chair Stamato,
Aye.
And Madam Chair Fountain.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank
you
you.
all.
I'd like to call a case
Madam Chair, I'd like to,
P20-168, preliminary and final major site plan with C variances 417-427 Hoboken Avenue.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recuse myself from this matter.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll get back in touch with you as soon as we're finished with this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Donald Pepe from Scarinci Hollenbeck on behalf
Good
of the
evening.
applicant. Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. The property address is 417-427 Hoboken Avenue, block 8101, lots 9 through 11. It's in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, zone for the neighborhood mixed use district. We're proposing a tower with 584 units, 45 parking spaces, retail and office space pursuant to the available bonuses. I have witnesses tonight. I'll keep my civil engineer in abeyance in case there's any questions, just to keep things moving. So I'd like to start, if I can, with Michael Lawson from Minnow and Wasco, and then I'll have Sam Bellamy for planning testimony. The project is largely as of right. In fact, the initial review memo from planning staff identified it as being as of right. We subsequently identified a few minor deviations that we'll go over. They weren't placed in my notice, and council, I'd ask you that this is a notice application. We've noticed twice, the most recent one for this particular meeting, and we've uploaded those affidavits to the portal.
You did, and I'm in receipt of them. So, Madam Chair, with respect to the application for 417-427 Hoboken Avenue here in the city, I'm in receipt of the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing. It does appear to be in order, so we're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank
you. Michael, you're up. You're on mute. Yeah.
And I'll swear you in, Michael. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
My name is Michael Lawson, Lawson.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you're qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you so much for our opportunity. We've worked on this project for quite a while, and we are very excited to finally get to present to you. So as our attorney stipulated, we are looking at 417-427 Hoboken Avenue, and I'm going to share my screen right now with our presentation drawings.
Mr. Lawson, if this is a slide deck, I suggest that we mark it. You tell me the number of pages, and then that we submit it or upload it to the Tyler portal after the hearing.
Yes, we can definitely do this. This is a presentation with some additional slides, but the plans and the renderings that are presented were part of the original submission set.
We'll mark the whole thing as A2. Just tell me number of pages, and if you put a date on it.
It is 19 pages, and it was dated 5/26/26.
A2. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We wanted to first look and present to you what is existing on site, and then an overall aerial showing where we are located within the Journal Square redevelopment plan. We are located on Central Avenue and Hoboken Avenue at the corner there, and therefore we are able to take advantage of the Central Avenue extension bonus. The Central Avenue extension was put in place, I think, a few years ago, and then across the street we do have the new Justice Center as well. So on site currently is a temple which will be relocated to a new location down the street, and we're going to show you where that is, as well as some adjacent industrial buildings that are all part of the current site along Hoboken Avenue. So this is an overall aerial. You can see the site located here, as I said, along the Central Avenue extension. You have the Justice Center that is currently going to be opened, I hear, in very shortly, as well as several other projects in the neighborhood that have been approved or are under construction. The relocated temple is proposed to be located on Central Avenue, just a few blocks away, and that's something that our development team as well as the temple have been working together with quite extensively. So this leads us to the proposal of what we are presenting here and asking for your approval tonight, which is a compliant 27-story residential building with 2 levels of office and a ground floor of lobby space and mechanical areas, as well as 45 parking spaces. I'm just going to take us through the overall floor plans, including the ground floor here, all the way up, showing the different unit mixes. So we are looking at a lot area of about 0.5 acres, 0.49 acres to be precise. We have residential floor area and retail floor area in terms of the retail located at the corner space, and that's about 1,925 total square feet of retail space. We have our lobby space located along the Central Avenue extension, which we thought was appropriate because it is across from the new Justice Center, one of their entrances on the other side. We also have, as is required of us, an office lobby that is separated out, as well as vertical circulation for both the office components as well as the residential components in the lobby space. On Central Avenue, we also have located our transformers and utilities, and this is one of the deviations that we are requesting from you tonight, is for a length of the facade that is longer than what is allowed in the Journal Square redevelopment plan, but this is because of the utility requirements of the project. When we were designing this made the most sense to be located here for the transformers, as well as the switchgear and domestic water, rather than locating them on Hoboken, where we have the entries to our parking area. You can see as well here, we've documented where we are providing the required amount of bike storage areas, which is 298 bike storage spaces, as well as I alluded to just a few moments ago, our garage space, which has 45 semi-automated stacker spaces. And that is not a requirement of us. We are providing those because we think it's relevant, especially with the office use located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We thought that was an appropriate extra benefit of the building was to add 45 parking spaces in the base. We are also providing for a basement, which will be used for residential storage, maintenance, workshop, and management, as well as it may also include some utilities as the building gets engineered. As we move up to the 2nd and 3rd floor plans, we have 2 levels of office space. And this office space includes 44,975 square feet of office. And this is part of the 2-story office bonus that applies to the Central Avenue extension area. You can see in here that we've documented that the office area moves around the central cores for both the residential and the lobby for the elevator lobby for the office components, with windows fronting both on Hoboken as well as the Central Avenue extension. The next floor here is the 4th floor plan, and this is where we start our residential component of the building. You'll notice that we also have a large amenity space that fronts onto an amenity deck with a pool, and this we feel as though it is a great use for this area, as well as amenitizes the building quite significantly. On this area, you can see that we are proposing a club room, co-working lounge, game room, cardio, fitness, and such, which we think meets the amenity demands of the neighborhood. In terms of the overall units that we are presenting tonight, we have a variety of units ranging from studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. As you can see on the chart over here, we have 324 or 55% studios, 204 or 35% 1 bedrooms, 44 two bedrooms, which is 8%, and 12 three bedrooms, which is 2%, which meets the 2% requirement that is within the redevelopment plan. And for a total of 584 total dwelling units in the top 24 stories of the building. This is just some theme imagery of what the exterior amenities will look like. It's not exactly a representation, but is an idea and theme image of what we believe these areas will look like, and the different uses that may be applied here, which will include a pool, as I mentioned before, but fire pits, as well as outdoor lounge areas for the residents of this building. We have also shown some of the interior amenity theme imagery, which includes areas, as I said, for club room, fitness, and such, as well as some of the unit plans on the inside that we believe work nicely for this building. As we go from the 5th to the 7th floor, you'll notice that these units, or a majority of them, do stack. We do have some balconies in the back here on the outdoor amenity space that looks towards the internal areas of this block. And you'll notice also that we are compliant with the setbacks that are required or step backs that are required at the different levels of the building that have been gone through with planning. So we do comply with all of those bulk regulations. The 8th through the 27th floor, as you can see, are typical and step back again in the locations that are required of us, and do stack all the way up to the top of the building. On the top floor, the penthouse with the roof deck, we are providing for a compliant amenity space with a sky lounge and private event space that would just be used for the residents of this building. You can see that we are providing for an extensive amenity deck here because we do have some fantastic views towards downtown Jersey City, as well as the Journal Square area. This is a quick section showing how we are compliant with the overall building height in number of stories, as well as in footage, 293 feet in total, with that with the 30-foot appurtenance at the top of the building, which is compliant with your redevelopment plan. And then as well as showing the 2 stories of office use, which is part of the bonus that we are applying for. So that leads us to some of the elevations and the renderings that were part of the original package. This is a perspective view of the corner of Central Avenue Extension, as well as Hoboken Avenue. And you can see how we've defined the base of the building, the 2 levels of office space with a much more glass architectural style, and then a punched window variation as we get further up into the building. The overall materials of the building include a variety of metal, brick in certain areas, as well as a porcelain tile, which we think is an elegant approach to the overall aesthetic of the building. You can see as well that we have articulated the building in a way at the ground floor to make sure that we have activity, especially at the corner. And then even where we have our utilities, as well as our parking bays, we have used the same materials in those locations to hide those as much as possible in the overall architectural language. This is a second rendering that we show for the overall perspective, looking towards the west, towards Journal Square. And you can see that we are breaking down the overall mass of the building in, we believe, an elegant way, breaking down the ability with different materials and different ways as we approach the corner of the building as well. So that concludes a lot of the information that I provided. I think the only other deviation that we are looking for, and the planner can kind of talk further about this, is that we do have loading located in the, if I just go back to the ground floor. We are requesting a loading for I believe that the office component includes a need for a loading space, which we are not providing. We are providing an area in here for move-ins and refuse and recycling termination, which is required of us as well. So I believe that concludes my direct, Mr. Pepe, and I can answer any questions that may be.
Michael, just a couple of quick questions. We did get a determination from historic that the existing buildings have no significance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we received a planning report from planning staff, and we are willing to comply with all the conditions set forth therein.
Yes.
And I think that just to add, because we could potentially avoid having to do any civil testimony. I think we are also short on the number of required street trees, also because of utility interferences, and that we will be providing the payment in lieu.
Correct. And as you can see, we are providing trees along both the Central Avenue extension, which we worked with the city and the planning department to make sure that they were located in those areas. But as you can see, that we do not have them located as much on the Hoboken side just because of access and utility locations.
But we did work to maximize the number of trees.
Yes, we did. Mm-hmm.
All right, I have nothing further.
So, Michael, I have a couple questions here. If we can go back to the parking, you said there's stackers. Can we just go over how will that be utilized? And is it for the residential or the commercial?
So right now, we haven't decided which component it would be used for and which use. We think that it could be used for either one, whether residential or office tenant within the building. Neither are required in the redevelopment plan, as you well know. But we do believe that either one could be used in this vicinity. We are proposing a semi-automated stacker. So these would be ones that you would be able to operate with your phone and would not need a valet. So we do think that works well for the uses that have been provided.
Can you just zoom in and show us how would that work?
Of course. So as you come into the site, we have rows of stacker parking located here and on the opposite side. And you're able to, on your cell phone, call your car to this location or make sure that you have a spot open. What would happen is your car would pull into one of the spots that opens through the automated system, and that car would then be taken into the system and moved to the appropriate location. These systems only operate in up, down, and sideways. So that works well to then retrieve your car. When you're retrieving your car, you would actually go to the same exact spot that you actually put the car into the system. You would retrieve your car, go out, and then on your merry way, essentially. So this works rather well. There are other systems within the city that work very similarly, and that's why we thought it worked well here in the Journal Square neighborhood.
Okay, now for the bike storage, can you just lead us to where the separation from the garage space to the bike storage?
Sure. So here we have the garage area here, and then we have hatched areas here that actually provide access to the elevator lobby for the office component, as well as the elevator lobby for the residential component. Both of those have access from the garage into those separate areas. Off of this vestibule here, which could be used for both the residential or the office tenant, we have access into the bike storage area for 298 bike spaces. That would allow for residents or office tenants to come in and grab their bike and then exit through this man door or through the garage door if needed.
And it would be safe using that way together with the parking garage?
We believe so. There are only 45 parking spaces located in this garage, so we do not think that there is too many parking cars that will go back and forth in here. So we do believe that this is a safe route for bikes to go in and out of the building.
Okay. You mentioned that there's balcony.
Yes.
Can you just go back to where those balconies are located?
Yes. So those balconies are not located along the right of way. So on neither the Central Avenue extension nor on Hoboken, we are providing any balconies. Those balconies, and I'm going to go one floor up because you can see them, are actually located in the interior portion of the block. So those balconies are located here, here, and here. There's 3 on this side and 3 on that side for a total of 6 per floor as they go up the building.
Okay, Commissioner Samato, what usually we ask on the balconies?
About 3 inches, no more than 3 inches spacing underneath the
3 or
balcony.
2?
I'd go 2 inches, no more than 2 inches, Madam Chair, spacing underneath the balconies, as far as your fencing or whatever you want to call it.
Can you describe that a little bit more, Commissioner Samato? I'm sorry, I'm just not fully
So,
understanding.
Mr. Lawson, what the board usually asks is that the bottom rail be no higher than 2 inches off the base of the balcony.
Understood. So to make sure that nothing slips underneath, we can definitely agree to that.
Okay.
I have one other question, Madam Chair. Well, I have a couple. Get back to the parking. I'm a little confused on the parking, how the car comes in. Is the car going to automatically pull into this thing? Give me some more detail on that. Explain this.
So the car doesn't automatically pull in, but I'm sure now some cars could.
Okay.
But you would actually, so on your phone, as you enter the garage, on your phone, you would essentially, on your app, you would say, "I'm here to park."
And who do I say that to?
You would actually say it
You have an
in an
attendant.
application.
So you have an attendant that's basically there?
No, so this would be a non-attendant. So this would actually be an app. It would be an application on your phone, like Uber, like any of those different applications. And essentially you would say, "I'm here." The system would then start operating and it would open a gate that allows you to park in the specified location.
All right, hold up. So now I drive in, I go, "I'm here," and the gate opens, and then I drive my car to the gate, correct?
Yes.
All right, now I get out of my car and walk out of the area where I parked my car, and that gate automatically closes.
It will not automatically. It will say there will be a button next to the side that will say, I'm clear of the operating of the machine, and then it will close. Yes.
Okay. Now what happens?
Then what happens is that the system will actually move that car into the appropriate location. So a lot of times what will happen is that car will either go up or over or down. And that allows for then another car to be able to be retrieved or an open space to be created for somebody else to come in and move their car in. In a system like this, what happens is you can think of it as Tetris. There's always one space that is open, and that open space moves around into different locations to allow for other cars to move into that system. It works really efficiently and really well.
All right, now let's say I have kids, and I have I don't know, some 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. One runs ahead, hits the button, and we're trying to get out with the other kids or a baby or whatever. Tell me what happens in that case.
So there are safety procedures in these kinds of systems. Now, I'm not from the manufacturer, I'm the architect, but I've been in a lot of seminars for these systems, and we've used these systems in several of our buildings. There are safety procedures that make sure that if there is movement in those systems, that that system does not move that car, so that there's safety protocols that are in place.
Okay. That sounds interesting. Can you go back to your garbage room, or how are you going to handle the garbage and recycling in this facility?
Of course.
That was my next question. So you touch on it quickly.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'll let you.
No, that's okay.
Michael, before you go there, too, I just want to point out one thing because I think it's shown on this page. We're proposing an on-street loading space, too, are we not?
Yes, we are located right here. Along Hoboken Avenue, and that counts as our one that we are providing. And I believe in the ordinance it requires 2 for the office use. So we are providing 1 in this location. Thank you, Mr. Pepe. So in terms of refuse and trash, because I think that goes hand in hand as well.
Go ahead.
So the refuse and the trash, you can see on this page, we have a refuse and recycling termination room.
Can you zoom in a little, please?
Of course I can. This termination room includes a compactor. for the residential chutes that are located through the building on each floor. So if you are a resident of this building, you would go to your trash room, and in the trash room would be one or two chutes that you would either put recycling or garbage down. They would come down and they would go into a compactor that would compact the recycling or the trash into the 2-yard containers that are located in the refuse termination room. Those on 2 to 3 times a week will be rolled out by building management into the area right here for pickup. And those are managed processes. And we look to minimize the amount of time that the trash is located there. So it will be coordinated with the private hauler to make sure that that occurs efficiently and productively.
All right, the question I have also for you, are you talking 2 chutes per floor, one for recycling and one for garbage?
Currently, if I look here really quickly, we are showing one that would actually have then a separator that would separate the recycling and the trash. The sorter essentially would happen at the base of the building within the refuse and termination room.
So you're going to have an individual at the bottom of the chute separating the recycling and the garbage?
It's actually a mechanical system that separates the trash from the recycling.
Mr. Conway, I see you bouncing around. You want to add anything to this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to figure out how it would separate. So would they be dumping like a tied up garbage bag into the chute, or would it be like a free bin that they would, okay, and then it separates, it does its thing. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Quite interesting.
Typically on this type of building, you can do that. We can also look to have 2 trash chutes, one for recycling and one for trash. We are not, we can allow for that to happen as well.
I would rather see 2, one for your recycling, marked recycling, and
Right.
one for your garbage. Otherwise, you're going to have, I'd hate to be there trying to separate this stuff.
Agreed.
Papers, you look like you're ready to jump in.
No, you touched it on the garbage aspect. My concern is with the elements. You know, God forbid if there's a malfunction, what would be the course of action
Right.
to, you know, get the garbage for the residents and for retail, because we can't control the weather, and I mean it looks good drawn up, but I mean actual being there, what plan do you guys have in place for that?
So we can provide the 2 chutes, as the other commissioners were saying, one for recycling and one for trash. In the base of the building, when we understand what's happening to the trash here, what will happen is that building management will clear a space on the sidewalk. If there's snow or any of those kinds of things, it will be cleared, and there will be a building management to provide for the rolling out of those bins to this loading location for the pickup of that trash and recycling.
And that's for the residential and retail, or the retail trash is stored separately?
So the retail trash most likely will be stored still in the refuse and recycling termination room. Those 2 tenants, because they are rather small, would be given access to this termination room to bring their stuff, and that would be managed by the building as well. And the office component would be using this as well.
Now, is that going to be picked up by a hauler, trash hauler? Okay, so you're going to
Yes, it will be a private hauler.
So you're going to have a private hauler besides the city pickup, or totally private hauler?
Totally private hauler is what we're asking for.
Okay.
And Michael, these are typically done just in time. So the garbage would be brought out based on a schedule when we know the truck is going to arrive.
All right.
Not
typically within 15 to 30 minutes, that operation occurs, and it's done rather quickly.
Okay. Madam Chair, I saw Commissioner Barnaby. I think she was going to jump in.
Yes, if I may. So other buildings that we've seen of this size have given hundreds of affordable units. Is this building not required to provide this?
It is not.
We're not providing any affordable housing, as it is not required within this redevelopment plan in this area.
So you're under the threshold, in other words.
Yes. So
Yeah,
Matt, if you want to jump
let
in.
me just jump in for a second. So,
Thank you.
Commissioner Barnaby, if you maybe noticed, this had a P20 number. This
I
building,
didn't.
this building predates the Affordable Housing Amendment in Journal Square, and so under the time of application rule, it's not covered by those requirements.
Too bad. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, I see this. The original planner was Timothy. That's been quite some time.
Okay.
Yeah, this application predates my tenure at the city, for context.
Yeah.
It's been in the works for a while.
This has been a long, arduous process.
Any other questions for Michael? Sure.
Yeah, I have one more question about the garage. So you have the system that kind of you park in and then it rotates the cars around and you can ask for them. Would you happen to know like what are the variances on like a weight class or weight limit? Like, because you have some 3-unit apartments and studios, so there could be like anything from like a minivan to like a smart car. So like people that have per se bigger cars, would they still be able to access something like that, or is it more for a compact car?
So it's not for a compact car. We've sized this one because there are different sizes within that the manufacturer provides. We have sized this for a standard vehicle. So in standard vehicles nowadays include even your small SUVs. So we believe that it would adequately provide for a whole host of different vehicles. I believe the only ones that wouldn't be able to be parked here are the very large SUVs and large trucks.
So you're talking about Escalades and Suburbans?
Yes, sir.
Councilperson Little, I see you have a question.
Yes, thank you. So this is going to be bringing a lot of new residents, a lot of foot traffic, both for the people who are going to be living here and for the people who will be shopping at the retail. And this intersection that it's located at is it's not a right angle intersection. It's a little bit of a weird intersection. I was wondering if as a condition of approval, if you would be willing to install curb bump outs at that intersection to improve pedestrian safety and prevent cars from parking too close to the intersection.
So, Madam Commissioner, we would be willing to explore that with traffic. And if it's acceptable to them, I don't want to make that call. They didn't ask for that. And it surprises me, frankly, that they didn't, but they didn't ask for that as part of their review. But if it's something that they want, it is something we will agree to provide.
Okay, great. So, coordinating with infrastructure then, I guess, would be the condition.
Traffic engineering department, or Matt, we'll coordinate with planning.
Yeah, so planning, so often in these situations, we will set up a line of communication between the applicant, city planning, and the Division of Transportation Planning, and to come up with a final curb configuration that can then be reflected on the signature plans that city planning signs before a project's eligible to apply for construction permits.
So Matt, as part of your approval letter, can we add that too as part of the conditions?
That's certainly an appropriate condition that we can propose that the applicant, at the discretion of the Division of Transportation Planning, redesign the curb to include curb cuts if deemed safe and appropriate by the Division of Transportation Planning. I just taking a quick look at this, my hunch is we'll be able to extend the curb on the Hoboken side, but it might not be possible on the central side, which is a narrower cartway, and there's more interactions with the courthouse infrastructure. But
it's also a county road, isn't it, Matt? Or
Central in that segment, no.
No.
This segment of Central Avenue was the extension that was funded in part by this application. Yeah. And it's a city road, and it's yeah, and so the city has full jurisdiction of all rights of way around this building, and so we can coordinate with the appropriate professionals in the Division of Transportation Planning on what the appropriate treatment is.
And I should mention, I didn't, but part of our obligation to the redeveloper agreement with the JCRA is to provide $1.7 million towards the costs that were incurred in extending Central Avenue. That's another benefit that this project will be bringing.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent point, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we move on to Mr. Bellamy?
If I may,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my concern was just the safety because we got those little robots going around, and I know he was saying that we use the app for parking, but in that area up there in Journal Square, what about loss of signal or no Wi-Fi signal? How does the parking offset into its own database, or how does that work if there's a loss of signal? If I'm at my phone and I don't have signal and there's cars behind me, how does the parking know how does that work?
So there's actually that it's a very good question. There's actually a computer located within the parking area, and I would say that probably it would be located in this vicinity or in this vicinity, that then you could actually retrieve your car or get your parking space in that way if your phone was not working. So there is a way to do it within the building. Just the best way to do it is through your phone if you have connectivity.
Yeah, because we have downgrades and system failure. You know what I mean? Those are becoming common things. So,
Commissioner Conaway, you have a question?
Yeah, just to piggyback off Commissioner Capers, in the lieu of like a power outage, would those independent systems, would they run on their own backup generator just so people aren't stranded, in the event that the power or the grid goes down?
So there is a generator proposed for this building. It could be hooked up to that, but most likely there is a manual way to retrieve cars from a system that does not have power to it. So there are ways of accommodating that, whether it is through generator power to actually retrieve that during a power loss, or there is a manual way of retrieving those vehicles to make sure that there's a safe procedure.
Manual sounds possible, but it doesn't sound feasible. I mean, just to be honest.
Well, it wouldn't be those residents doing it. It would be somebody from building management or from the manufacturer coming and actually handling those procedures.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I'd like to see some type of backup system where it automatically kicks in. Whether
So,
it's
Mr. Pepe, the building has a backup generator. It should be sized to accommodate that system and to run it in the event of a loss of power.
What I believe that we can commit to is that it can be connected to the generator, but only for emergency actions to retrieve vehicles. So it doesn't have to, run in perpetuity. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Perfect.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
So, Madam Chair, those are two additional conditions that have been added to interface with city engineering and infrastructure with respect to bump outs on Hoboken and Central, and then that the system, the car stacking system, be hooked up to the generator for emergency purposes.
Acceptable. Thank you, Council. Sam, why don't you get yourself sworn in and take us home as quickly as you can.
Will do.
Oh, wow. Mr. Pepe wants to go home.
I am home. I want you to go home.
All right, Sam, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Thank you.
Samuel, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right, good evening. So this property is
evening.
located in the neighborhood mixed-use zone, Zone 4 of the Journal Square plan. As mentioned, we are utilizing the Central Avenue bonus that applies to Zone 3 standards with some alternative setback standards. As Mr. Lawson covered, the bulk of the building is entirely conforming with those requirements, but we do have a couple of design deviations that we are requesting. First off, we are requesting a deviation for the required retail along Central Avenue. That's per map 4, the redevelopment plan. It requires retail along the entirety of Central Avenue, and it has a maximum allowance of 15% or no more than 20 consecutive linear feet of non-active frontage. So that includes meter rooms, blank walls, emergency exits, etc. We are proposing 51.3% of the Central Avenue frontage, including 90 consecutive linear feet to be non-active frontage, and that consists of those switchgear rooms, transformer rooms, and emergency exit that Mr. Lawson covered. We did coordinate with PSD and G to see if we could have an alternative location for those utility rooms, but that's where they're required, and they're also at the minimum size of 25 feet wide that's permitted, and two transformer rooms are required for a building of this size. As Mr. Lawson covered, we are proposing retail along Hoboken Avenue, and then it wraps around Central Avenue, including the residential lobby and office lobby, and continues down until you get to those transformer rooms. So we are promoting the active uses at the corner and then wrapping Hoboken Avenue, which is more mixed use in nature. I do believe this is a better design alternative and is consistent with the surrounding development pattern. I'll also mention that the adjacent building to the south, which is nearing completion, has a similar configuration with retail and lobby space at the corner, and then the transformer utility rooms along the middle of Central Avenue. So it is consistent with that adjacent development. We are requesting a deviation for the minimum number of loading spaces. So just to clarify Mr. Lawson's testimony, one space is required here for the office floor area, and it's an off-street loading space that's required. So here we're proposing on-street loading, an 8-foot wide by 81-foot long on-street loading space to provide for that move-ins, move-outs, and deliveries, rideshare pickup, so forth. And again, I think on a corner location, having on-street loading rather than off-street loading, which would require likely a truck to pull in and back out. I think this is also a better design alternative here. And then finally, we did call out a minimum landscaping enclosure deviation. This was a old requirement of the redevelopment plan that's no longer applicable. It actually switched to the forestry standards. That was a 6-inch enclosure to be along landscaping areas and tree pits. We are consistent with the new forestry standards with what we're proposing here along the streetscape. So again, I think this is a better alternative that we're proposing. So I think all the deviations can be granted where the benefits would outweigh the detriments. We're also consistent with the redevelopment plan and promotes the purpose of Zone 4 and several objectives of the redevelopment plan and master plan. This project does promote the purposes of the municipal land use law. Purpose A, guide the appropriate use and development of the property. It is a permitted mixed-use building in line with what the zoning calls for. And it also has sufficient space in an appropriate location on a corner lot in the Journal Square area consistent with Purpose G. I don't see any substantial detriment to the general welfare here. Again, the bulk is compliant, and we do provide adequate setbacks, allowing for light air and open space between adjacent buildings. And I don't see a substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. I think we're doing exactly what the zoning calls for here, and providing for the Central Avenue bonus and utilizing the commercial space bonus. So with that, this project does meet both the positive and negative criteria. That would conclude my direct testimony, but I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Samuel. Any board comments?
No, Madam Chair, I don't see anybody.
If there's no other board comments, I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody in your public bringing up any issues.
Are we closing public? Can I get a second to close public?
Second.
Thank you. Public is closed. Matt, would you like to wrap this up?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Staff substantiates to the accuracy and validity of Mr. Bellany's testimony as to meeting the standards for these deviations. I think, as mentioned earlier, this is a very old project that's been in the pipeline a long time. part of the reason is that the Central Avenue extension bonus required a redevelopment agreement, and there was a delay in reaching that agreement. The applicant only reached the agreement last year. So there's, and so since then the applicants moved diligently. Staff just asks that the applicant abide by the 7 conditions in the planning staff memo, in addition to the 2 memos elucidated by the board with regards to ensuring that the automated parking is hooked up to the backroom generator, and exploring the provision of a curb bump out to increase the safety of pedestrian crossings in the vicinity of this intersection. That being said, staff recommends approval with conditions.
Matt, there was a 3rd condition regarding the rail on the balcony being no greater than 2 inches.
Yes, thank you for the reminder, Santo. Staff sees no issue with that condition either.
Mr. Pepe?
Those conditions are acceptable to the applicant.
Those conditions are acceptable to the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move to approve case number P20-68. Address is 417, 427 Hoboken Avenue, and this is C variance.
Can I get a second?
Pat, you said for P20-168, correct?
No, I said 417-427.
The case
Hoboken
number,
Avenue.
P20-168?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato?
Yes.
Commissioner Conway?
Yes.
Commissioner Capers?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby?
Aye.
Commissioner Councilwoman Little?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel has recused himself, and Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 recuse.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Can we take a 10 minutes break? Mike?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
thank you.
it's 10:21. We will be back at 7:21. We'll be back at 7:30.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
What do you think, guys?
So far, so good. You taking charge tonight, I see.
No, I'm not taking. I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to be. But I got to tell you something. The thing I'm still confused about is this auto parking thing.
It's a
I would like to
nightmare.
call. I would like to call the meeting back to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Balvin, you're back. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I would like to call case B 2025-0032. Address is 662 Community Avenue, preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Attorneys
Good
Mike
evening.
Clavens, you're representing Mr. Joseph, you're representing Mike.
Yes,
Okay.
I am here this evening, Stephen Joseph, for the applicant. The alternate address on this one is 517 Bergen, just for the benefit of the record of the public. This is a notice application. I would ask that we enter the notices as A1, please.
Thank you, Council. Madam Chairman, receive the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 662 Communipol. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have two experts this evening. We do have Jeff Lewis. We do have Carolyn Worstel. If we could go ahead and get them promoted. While we're doing that, I'll just do my little introduction. So this it's a strange property. It's a corner property located on Communipaw and Bergen Avenue. It's in the NC zoning district. What we're proposing here is a new 5-story building with 30 dwelling units and a bunch of ground floor commercial space. Of the 30 units, 10% or 3 of them are affordable housing units. The reason for that is because this area was previously different zoning. I believe it was commercial automotive, and the zoning was written in a way where if you're developing a zone that turned into NC and you're doing a certain number of units, you have to provide affordable housing as part of the project. So there will be an affordable component of this project. In order to accomplish all of this, we are seeking preliminary and final major site plan approval. We have 2 variances, one for height and one for the rear yard setback, and I think they're both C variances. I think they're fairly minor, and we'll see that as we walk through the plans. Let's get Jeff sworn in so we could take a look at the site plan.
Hi, Jeff. Let's swear in.
It looks like my screen is frozen. Can you hear me?
You are sitting very still, but we can't hear you. I trust you that you're putting your hand up. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name?
It's Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
So let's make sure you could share your screen, Jeff.
Yeah, let's see that comes up. Okay, so has my screen come up?
It is loading.
Oh, come on.
Welcome back, Mr. Vitale.
Thank you.
Seriously, it's not coming up?
It is not.
Nothing yet.
So I think I could share my screen, Jeff, if we want to go ahead and try that.
And I would suggest too, you can Jeff could request control. It's at the top of the screen when somebody else is sharing. You can click the little green box or next to it, and you can click request control, and maybe that'll work.
Look at that. Okay. Whoop. All right, Jeff, if you want to try doing that.
That worked.
Okay, where would that be? Right on the right here, view options. No, yeah, here we go. Request remote control.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. It was amazing. Okay, great. So thank you, everyone. I apologize for that little bit of a delay here. So this project, 517 Bergen Avenue, also known as 662 Communipaw Avenue. As Stephen mentioned, this is a corner lot, which is slightly oversized. It's a total of 6,758 square feet. It's a little oblong shaped. It's roughly 50 feet deep by between 125 to 140 feet long. We are proposing to demolish everything that's on the site and build a new 5-story mixed-use building. That building will have 5 ground floor retail spaces. These all face Communipaw Ave and total 5,484 square feet. And as was also mentioned, we're providing 30 residential units above. These break down as 1 3-bedroom apartment, 12 2-bedroom apartments, 5 1-bedroom apartments, and 12 studio apartments. I'd like to just jump right into the site plan. So we are proposing new concrete curbs and sidewalks along both Bergen Avenue and Communipaw Avenue. And these curbs would be replacing 3 pretty large curb cuts, 1 along Bergen Avenue and then 2 along Communipaw Avenue. There are 2 existing ADA ramps at the corner and a sewer grate at the corner, which would be remaining. And then there's also a traffic signal at the corner. And this traffic signal is located on our property. And as part of this project, we're going to be relocating that traffic signal just down about 5 feet from being on our property to being just at the curb line. We are providing 5 new street trees where we currently have none. And as far as the site plan itself, we're really covering 100% of the lot with building, with the exception of this little indent here at the corner. However, we do have 3 window wells in the back that start up at the 2nd floor, all the way up to the 5th floor. With that, I'm going to work my way over to the floor plans. Okay, so here we are at the 1st floor in the cellar. So we do have a small cellar located at the corner facing Bergen Avenue. We're not using it for much. It's just accessed by 1 stair. It's used for building utilities as well as our sprinkler room, as this will be a fully sprinklered building. Moving on to the ground floor. What you see is we have these 5 retail spaces starting at the corner of Communipaw and Bergen and then extending down all along Communipaw Avenue. Our main residential entrance is located off of Bergen Street, provides us access with our elevator, with stair number 1, with the package room, as well as a small gym, which is about 211 square feet. And then lastly, for this floor, on the left side of the property at Communipaw Avenue, we have an entrance directly to stair number 2. And then we have another entrance which leads to our trash compactor room, a trash room, and a bicycle storage room for 15 bikes. I'm going to move up to the 2nd floor. This is our first residential floor. Can't talk tonight. We have a central corridor, which is connecting our both stairs and the elevator. There's also a trash room off of the main hallway with a chute. The chute goes directly down to the compactor room. So that's how we're going to collect our trash. There'll also be recycling containers in the trash room, which would be emptied by the building management and brought down to the trash room as well before it's brought outside. There are 8 apartments on this floor. As I mentioned, we have window wells cut out in the back for the 2 apartments facing the rear. At the back left corner is where we have our 3-bedroom apartment, and then the rest are 2s, 1s, and studios. I want to move on to the 3rd and 4th floor, which are exactly the same as this floor. The only exception is that 3-bedroom apartment at the back left is changed into a 2-bedroom apartment. Otherwise, it's the same floor plan. And then lastly, the 5th floor, here we only have 6 apartments. The difference here is that we combined 4 studios, which were located facing Communipaw Avenue, into a larger 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom apartment. So that brings us to our total of 30 units. And then I'm moving on to the roof plan. Here we have a common roof deck that is 2,160 square feet. and it is set back from both of our principal elevations. We're using a lot of that space for green roof trays. We have a total of 2,380 square feet of green roof, and this green roof is used as our stormwater detention system. It meets all the Jersey City requirements for stormwater retention. I do have the engineering drawings and calculations if anyone wanted to look at them. Let's see. Also, we have our equipment area. So that's our air conditioning condensers, and that area is surrounded with some metal screening. And moving on to the next sheet, you can see the detail of the screening here. It's a metal rib system, and you can see some details of our green roof system as well. And with that, we're going to move on to the building elevations. You can see we have some of the finishes up at the top left here. This is the Communicable Avenue elevation. We have a couple of main brick finishes. The first is it's called the light iron spot brick. It's actually kind of in the like purplish family. You can see the finish of that up here. That actually runs down the left side of the building and then along the whole base of the building. Then above that, on the second to the fourth floor, we're using a different brick. It's an English gray brick. You can see that here. The other thing that we have here is dark gray fiber cement panels as infill between the windows on each floor. And then lastly, on the top floor, the fifth floor of the building, we have metal panel finish. And those are silver metal panels. All of our windows and doors are black aluminum. And then we also have some 3-foot canopies above each of the retail entrances and above the main residential entrance. And these are all wrapped in the same aluminum metal panels that we have at the top of the building. This is the Bergen Avenue elevation. And as you can see, it's all the same finishes that we had facing Communicable, just wrapped around to Bergen Avenue. This is our longer rear elevation. We do have an existing building on the property line here. It's about a 2-story building for about half of the building, and then it's down to a 1-story building for a little bit of the building as well. So wherever we're up against that building, that space would be, sealed off from the outside. Otherwise, we have a split face block finish for the lower level and a pearl gray fiber cement siding above. And also in all the window wells, we have that same fiber cement siding. And then lastly here, we have the shorter rear elevation where, again, there is a new building built up right against us. So most of this would not be seen. Any space between our buildings would be maybe an inch or two in total. That space would be filled in. And anything that is seen would be the same fiber cement siding above. And here we have a smooth stucco finish at the first floor for any exposed areas. The other thing I did want to mention while we're here is the building height elevation. The building to our left is 668 Communicable Ave, and that building is actually the same exact height as what we're proposing. And we designed this building to have floor levels that match exactly with their floors. That's why we have 12-foot ceiling height at the ground floor, because that's what the building to our left has. So all of our windows, all of our floors are going to match up, and the top of the building will match up with the building to our left. I think that covers the building. Is there anything you want me to get to, Stephen?
Yeah, so go back to the ground floor plan and let's talk about a couple of things there, just to try to head off some questions. So let's talk about the location of the bicycle room and why it's located there through the trash room.
So Louis, can you zoom in a little as well?
Sure.
It's in the center. I have it open in
can
the
I
browser,
do?
so it's in the top center, Jeff.
There's a zoom. I'm not sure I can use your. Oh, I can use yours. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I could use it. Okay. So it is a little strange. As you can see, you have to go through the compactor room and through the trash room to get to the bicycle storage room. Unfortunately, the trash chute was something we couldn't move because of where it is on the upper floors. And the staircase is something we couldn't get by because of the stair that turns in on itself. The only other way to get to this bicycle storage room would be to take a lot of space away from this ground floor commercial space. And we just thought it would be a better solution to go through the compactor room, which is generally kept as a pretty clean space. How this works is the trash goes directly into the compactor. When it's full and we have a full, that sausage that they have, that would be brought right into the trash room and stored in this trash room back here. So this room will generally be clean and empty of debris and there'd be nothing really in the path of travel that would obstruct you with your bicycle. So that's why we decided to go with this route as opposed to really cutting so much away from this commercial space.
With your cursor, can you just go along the line how you enter into the bicycle rack room?
Sure, it's just a straight run right from this door, which exits out to Communicable Avenue. You go straight by the compactor here, through the trash room where the trash would be stored in this area over here, and straight into the bike room.
Right, and Jeff, I think we felt that relocation of the bike storage room anywhere else in the building would take away from the commercial space. Then in the NC zone, we do have a substantial amount of commercial space in this building,
and so who will be using those
feature.
bicycle rack? Who will be using those? The residents or the commercial space?
The residents.
So in order to get to the bikes, you got to go through the trash room. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Are
Yeah.
you gonna have now? You have everything. You have your garbage being brought down by trash chutes. All right, and then you're gonna have a sausage bag type of setup, and you're gonna have somebody operate that.
Yes, there's an on-site person that would be able to operate that.
Okay, so while he's operating that, I'm gonna take my bike and I'm gonna either pull it in or pull it out past this operation.
Well, I mean, the operation doesn't take very long. It compresses it, which the guy doesn't have to stand there to do it. So no one would be in the way when basically you press a button and walk away.
Okay.
And it does the compaction, it ties it off, and then the guy would come and remove it and bring it to the trash room, put it in a rolling bin and bring it to the trash room.
All right, and what about the
for the few minutes, I guess for the few minutes when he was taking that bag and putting it into the rolling bin is when someone would be in the way.
Okay, and basically they're gonna roll it out, correct? Or they have to go upstairs with it?
No, it's all staying on this floor. It would get
All
rolled
on the ground
into
floor.
the trash room right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all on the ground floor. They're gonna wheel this out,
Yes.
and then I can get my bike and do whatever.
Correct.
All right.
And this would be private pickup because of the volume of trash generated.
All right, this would be totally volume because of both the commercial area and everything else, correct?
Yeah, the commercial will be treated separately, so the individual tenants would make their own arrangements depending on the uses with private pickup. For the residential component, because of the volume being generated, would be I believe required to be private pickup.
Okay, now where's the commercial area going to put their garbage?
So, well, Jeff, you could say a couple words of these, but these aren't they're not fully fit out, right? These are kind of vanilla box commercial spaces with enough shown to meet ADA. So I think it would depend on the use of the space. But Jeff, if you want to say a couple words about that.
Yeah, I do think you hit on the main point there. I'd also emphasize that these spaces aren't going to be restaurants. There's really no way for us to have commercial kitchens in these spaces with the venting requirements and whatnot. So it's not like it's going to have the kind of trash that needs to be taken out every day and start smelling if it's in the space. So the thought would be that each of these spaces would probably build some sort of closet with a couple cans to store their own trash, and then arrange for private pickup when they needed it, as needed.
All right. So I just need some clarity. Don't mind me. I got 9 things going on. You're going to have you're gonna have both the commercial and the apartment units go commercial, correct? Or is it city pickup?
Private, yes. No, private, both
So
private.
the whole thing is gonna be a commercial type of pickup, private pickup.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
I have a
But you don't know
question.
what those commercial areas are gonna be used for, correct?
We don't. Jeff just testified that there's really no way to add venting into this building, so they wouldn't be a heavy use type of restaurant, so it wouldn't be generating that type of trash, but could be retail, could be office,
I
that
mean,
type
I
of
can
thing.
see office or some light retail.
Yeah.
I cannot right now see that as any type of, food handling type of places.
Yeah, it couldn't be anything with a full commercial kitchen because of the venting situation.
Commissioner Conaway?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. So it's affordable, right? Is there a percentage or is there a number of units out of the 30, I believe, right?
Yeah, so it's 10%. That would be 3 units. And right now we are proposing and what affordable housing approved was 1 moderate unit, 1 low, and 1 very low unit.
Okay. And there's 15 bike allotments and there's no parking for residential or commercial, correct?
There's no vehicle parking, correct?
Okay. No problem. I was just looking for clarification. Thank you.
So where are these units located, these 3 units that are affordable? What floor are they located?
So we haven't identified them on the plans. I know that's a new requirement that we're doing moving forward. This application was submitted before that started happening. So when we resubmit to affordable housing after this gets approved, we're going to identify those units. We could tell you where the 3-bedroom is because there's only 1 in the building, and that's on the 2nd floor.
Okay. And the build out would all be the same?
Same
Correct.
quality.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said
Yeah,
same quality.
Yeah, same quality. That's required, and they'll all be built of the same quality, of course.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, if I may.
Sure, absolutely.
So 2 things. The first is, can we go back to the purple brick? Is it a
Yeah,
muted
sure.
purple? Is it like a brighter purple? Because that just struck me.
It's not very bright. I know purple is a very strange thing to say for a brick color. I'll zoom in on the sample. I think it's a little more reasonable than it sounds.
And it probably doesn't, render well on a computer screen, which has some of the blue light coming at it. But
Yeah, any chance we can consider like red brown, which is more timeless and ages nicely?
I don't think there would be an objection to changing the color of the brick. I mean, Jeff, if you have any suggestions off the top of your head, otherwise we're happy to work with staff. I think the applicant was just trying to do something a little bit different, different in the neighborhood, but I don't believe there's an attachment to this particular color.
And
Correct.
what about the street trees? What is the maximum? Are you guys maximizing that? And who will be taking care of them in case the building is sold?
So we are putting as many as we could. It's usually difficult to meet the requirements that you need to meet at the corner because the corner is always very difficult to get street trees near them. There's also a section here where there's just too many utilities for us to get one. So I think 7 would probably be the requirement here, and we're providing 5. And I'm assuming we're required to take care of them at least for the first couple of years. I believe, is that correct, Stephen?
Yeah, and there would be a payment in lieu for the other trees. There's still some coordination with the forester about where we're placing these, given the complexities of the site. But this is how many we think we're able to provide, and for the shortage, there would be a payment in lieu.
So what happens after the first couple of years? And Santos, can we request for them to take care of it in perpetuity if it's sold? What's all right there?
So I think I was reading through the forestry comments, and the forestry comments actually kind of said the opposite. That said, we're not really allowed to prune these trees. That they're the city's property and their responsibility.
Okay. As long as someone's taking care of them.
Commissioner Little, Councilperson Little.
I think Commissioner Patel had his hand up before I did, so.
It's fine. You
Okay.
can go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry if I missed this earlier. You said one of the affordable units would be a 3-bedroom. What is the other breakdown?
I believe it's a 2-bedroom and a studio. I had it up on my screen, but Jeff is in kind of in control now, so I'm not able to get back to that unless he gives back control. But I believe it's a 2 and a 2 in a studio. But I'd have to check the affordable housing checklist. We did submit an application to Affordable Housing Administration.
Councilperson Little, the affordable housing checklist showing 2 of them are 2 bedrooms and 1 of them is a 3-bedroom.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Then I was also wondering if at the very beginning you were talking about how you're moving the traffic signal about 5 feet.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you were also going to be responsible for the associated street painting associated with moving the traffic signal, and also whether you would consider as a condition putting curb extensions to improve pedestrian safety for all these people who will be moving in and crossing the street there on foot.
Sure. So with the traffic signal, I think the signal in the street itself will stay in the exact same spot. It's just the support's going to move over 5 feet.
Oh,
So
I
I
see.
think all the striping, all the striping and everything should be good.
Okay, great.
As far as the curb extensions, again, that's not something that transportation asked us to do. We can work with them. These are pretty busy streets, and I'm not sure if they want them or not, but I think that's something we can agree to. Is that right, Stephen? Just work with them, or what do you want to say?
No, absolutely. We'll, there's always some level of continued coordination post approval. It's not something that came up. And when you're dealing with a corner like this where there's lots of equipment, we're happy to coordinate with traffic and planning on that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And then my last question was the green roof. Would love if you could show more details of that, and then also um, elaborate on whether there's a plan for maintenance of the green roof.
So we do have all the green roof details down here somewhere. It's actually a pretty substantial roof, so it's 6 inches of dirt over, I think, 4 inches of gravel. And we do have actually in our stormwater management, I think we have a maintenance guide for the roof itself.
Okay,
But it is
so that
designed to be fairly maintenance free as far as watering and whatnot. I mean, it's supposed to collect water, not take
Right.
water. You know what I mean?
Right, but so is this site going? I assume there's going to be some sort of management company at this site.
Yes.
Yes.
So when the owner is hiring the management company, that can be a condition of something that they would do would include the green roof maintenance.
Yeah, I think the question, please correct me if I'm mischaracterizing this, is basically what happens if there's a tray or a section where the vegetation dies. And that, my understanding is any applicant that gets approved with a green roof, the green roof is supposed to be in there either in perpetuity, and if something dies, it should be replaced.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Patel?
Yes. Is there any way you can relocate that, bike rack, exchange with the trash room and a bike rack both? Like instead of a trash, make a bike room rack, and where the bike is, where you can put the trash.
We did try a couple different things. As we mentioned, we really didn't want to take too much away from the commercial spaces next to it. We also thought we were hopeful that maybe we could use the space in front of the compactor here for bikes, but it's just this space is so much smaller than the room in the back that this space just can't hold enough bikes to actually meet the requirement for the building. Again, we were struggling with this and trying to find the best solution that we could.
Ms. Lewis, you're struggling with it, and I think I am struggling as well with it, that you have to go through the trash room to get to the bike. I don't think I'm liking that very much either.
Yeah, it's just not very,
It's just not
good.
appropriate.
Yeah.
Can that wall
Agreed.
be moved so that room becomes larger and the other one becomes smaller?
Yeah, like potentially a hallway and then a separate door for the trash room.
So if we did a hallway to get here, it would take away from this commercial space, and we could have a hallway out to here. Steven, is that something we want to entertain, adding that hallway there?
It would take away from the commercial space. They're already narrow commercial spaces. If the board is comfortable with us working with staff to either relocate or create a alternate hallway access there, we're happy to do that with the understanding that the commercial space is the overall commercial space is going to shrink.
No, I think it needs to be worked out with the board here.
Mr. Lewis, on that.
Yes, sir.
Whoever's controlling this, can you zoom in to where the trash room and the bike racks are? So it appears that it has to be clear to get through both those doors, to pass the trash room to get to bike storage, correct?
Correct.
So that's kind of a corridor, but you can't put a wall with a door along the trash room side to create that corridor? Right, because you can't then open the door?
Right here.
Right.
Well, yes, but I think what that doesn't solve is we still have to walk past the compactor here.
Right. I think that's the part
And
we're
this is
struggling
where
with.
Yeah, and the problem is this is where the trash chute is above, and it's very hard to move that trash chute. So we're kind of.
But you can't wall
in
around
the
that
way.
compactor and move the door in front of it? So that compactor then is in the trash room?
Well, I do need all this clearance in front of the compactor so that someone can access it when they have to.
Understood.
And I mean the simple solution that we could do right now is just moving this wall that separates the commercial space from the trash room and the bike room over 3 feet to allow a corridor. But again, it'll reduce the commercial space. So yeah, Jeff, if you want to just identify that wall with the cursor,
This would be sliding out to here, so.
And we could do that, and that would solve that concern, but it would shrink the commercial space.
Would you possibly be able to? Oh no, that's the front on the other side. I was gonna say possibly make an entrance the opposite way, but no, the building facade is that way, so it's.
That area.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're on the property line and on the property line.
Yeah,
it covers area.
It just seems like it's so tight between that trash room and that wall. I mean, between the compactor and the wall with the containers.
Correct.
And you so much going on. You got bikes coming in, you got guys sorting recycling.
Garbage, right, right. And I just want to piggyback off you. Go ahead.
I think, Stephen, the other thing we had kind of discussed was there a way to maybe take this bike storage space and give it to one of the retail spaces, and maybe we can get the bike storage over here where the gym is?
I like that.
That would be.
Yeah, I mean, that's a simple. Yeah, if the board's comfortable with that, we could expand the commercial space 1 into where the bike storage space is now, and just relocate the bike storage into where the gym is now.
I think that's what we're looking for. Relocate that bike space
Okay.
from there.
So what would happen is this retail space will become a little smaller. This one will become a little bigger, and we'll get the bike storage and the gym in this area here, right off of the main residential lobby.
Good.
Sounds like a better plan.
Yes.
Sounds like a.
I think that's a million times better.
Agreed.
Okay. Steven, we could do that?
Yeah. Can you do it? Yeah, if you think you can do that, Jeff, then
I can do it. I can do it.
I could try to draw it for you if you want me to, but I don't think you.
We just, I think the board wants you to do it.
So, yeah, that's
I'll handle
acceptable.
the drawing,
That's
Stephen. You handle the
acceptable.
legal.
So, Madam Chair,
we
the
can do
real
that.
question is, does the board want to see that, or how does the board want to handle that?
Want to see that.
Yeah, I would want to see it before approval.
Oh, why can't we put in a condition so we don't have to?
Oh, well, yeah, that's fine.
I mean,
We
don't
can
have
put
to
it
come
in a
back a year
condition
again
and
and,
have it reviewed by the planning.
yeah,
Correct.
doesn't need to come in front of a board again, in my opinion.
So we're gonna move the bike storage room, and it'll be dealt with internally with planning staff.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest. I mean, how does the rest of the board feel about that?
I think that is correct. It is the right thing to do.
Agreed.
Trust those guys.
Right, staff can add a condition where the relocation of the bike storage facility would be them receiving their stamp planning approved stamp plan to be contingent on
Right, to the satisfaction of staff over to the main residential lobby.
Right.
Joseph, you're comfortable with that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm comfortable adding that.
Okay, if you're comfortable with that, we'll add that as the condition for the revised plans to reflect that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Joseph, if the application were to be approved, I am sure Mr. Lewis can get that done before the resolution itself is actually memorialized.
That's a good point, Santo.
Yeah, I think that would, yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, Madam Chair?
Not at this point.
So Jeff,
Okay,
if you
Mr.
want
Joseph.
to, thank you. So Jeff, if you want to
I'll
stop
give this back to
sharing,
you.
stop sharing the screen.
It's back to you. There you go.
Great. We do have one more witness. We have some brief planning testimony on the two variances. We'll get Carolyn sworn in.
Carolyn, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
It's Carolyn Worstel, Worstell.
Thank you.
First, tell your license current and in good standing.
It is.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. So we're here this evening for two bulk variances. The first one is for the maximum building height. We're proposing a building height of 56.5 feet, where a maximum height of 55 feet is permitted. We are requesting the additional 1.5 feet of building height. We are providing an additional 1 foot of ground floor to ceiling height. We're going to have a 12-foot floor to ceiling height at the ground floor, where 11 is what is contemplated and required as the minimum. We would like to have just a slightly additional height. We think it's going to make for a more prominent corner, and it'll be a better visual design for the building. And then additionally, there's going to be a little bit of additional space for each of the floor slabs. So that just, adds up over the couple of floors. And so we do need that additional couple of inches. So that is why we're requesting the additional 1.5 feet. From a visual perspective, you're really not going to see that minor increase in the building height, and it is going to align with the height of the adjacent 5-story building at 676 Communipaw Avenue. So again, you really won't notice that additional 1.5 feet of height. And again, we don't believe it will result in a substantial impacts to light, air, or open space on any of the adjacent properties. We are requesting a variance for the minimum rear yard setback. This is a corner lot, and so we would have a required rear yard, sort of courtyard in the back corner. The requirement is 15% of the lot depth, which would be required a 8x3, so it's 8.3 feet by 21.2 feet, would create a little sort of cutout in the rear corner. We didn't think that this was really going to create, substantial light and air, given the fact that the adjacent building, does not have a similar setback. So we are proposing a 0-foot ground floor rear yard setback. That does create that space at the rear ground floor where, now I think we'll have expanded space for garbage storage and, recycling, those sorts of things in that back area. And then we are providing on upper floors setbacks in terms of the light and air wells that are being proposed. So again, given the context of this site, it is actually also very shallow. It's only a 50-foot depth. We do think that these setbacks are appropriate and that the light and air that is going to be provided to the adjacent properties is still appropriate given the site and the context. I think overall the benefits of this project outweigh its detriments. We're going to be removing an existing non-conforming service station with outdoor storage and vehicle parking, and developing it with a new mixed-use building with ground floor commercial, which is consistent with the purpose and intent of the NC district. And this really will sort of, create that activate Communipaw and Bergen Avenue in the commercial corridors, and the new streetscape. So I think, again, overall it's going to have a benefit over on that corner. We are also going to be removing non-conforming curb cuts on Communipaw Avenue and Bergen Avenue. So again, that will increase pedestrian safety as people cross along these corridors. They'll have less, vehicle interactions. And then again, we're providing new sidewalks, curbs, the new street trees, and green roofing. So again, overall, I think this is an improvement to the property. When looking at advancing the municipal land use law, I believe this is consistent with purpose A. It's an appropriate use. It's a new mixed-use building in the NC district, which is what is contemplated in that zone. It's consistent with purpose C, to provide adequate light, air, and open space. As noted, I think the setbacks here and the height is all appropriate given its location and the adjacent context, which includes the 5-story building that's directly adjacent to this property, has similar height and setbacks. The density is consistent with the NC1 district, and we are providing those affordable units. So I think this is going to establish an appropriate population density consistent with purpose E. And overall, I think this promotes a desirable visual environment consistent with purpose I by replacing the existing service station, which is now a non-conforming use, with a new mixed-use building with commercial ground floor, as well as all of those improvements to the streetscape. I don't see this as resulting in a substantial detriment to the public good or the general welfare. Again, it's providing a mix of sufficiently sized 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, including those affordable units. The project will visually improve the streetscape by removing the non-conforming use and creating a new conforming use with removing the curb cuts, new sidewalks, street trees, and overall, I think just again, it results in a better condition for that property. I don't see any substantial impairment to the intent or purpose of the zone plan or the zoning ordinance. It's consistent with the intent of the NC1 district to sort of recognize and continue to support the importance of neighborhood business districts and provide ground floor commercial and mixed use buildings to promote walkability, which I think this building does admirably at a corner. It's also consistent with the master plan goals to strengthen neighborhood oriented commercial areas, to ensure the city's housing is balanced and meets the needs of current and future residents and promotes the development of a diversified economy. So I think overall the project, the variances requested are appropriate and can be granted that they meet both the positive and the negative criteria. And that's the end of my direct testimony unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
No.
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. There's no questions. At this time, I'd like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the public.
Okay, you're closing public session. Can I get a second?
Second.
Public is closed. This is Joseph. You want to wrap this up?
Madam Chair, staff agrees with Ms. Worsthall's analysis with regards to the requested variances. The project as proposed is consistent in terms of bulk and mass with the surrounding with the NC1 zone as well as the surrounding built environment. Staff had worked with the applicant's team to kind of get this project to where it is, where it complies with all the other development standards outside of, as mentioned, building height and rear setback. With regards to the conditions, I know there are 5 currently listed in the memo, and there are a couple brought up by Councilperson Little, as well as the standard, the condition regarding the relocation of the bike storage facility. But in addition to that, if it pleases the board, I would like to add 3 standard conditions that we have for affordable projects with affordable housing components. I could read them out loud for the board and the public.
Yes,
Here,
please.
okay, so first being the first add one would be the applicant shall enter into an affordable housing agreement with the city in a form approved by the city prior to any certificate of occupancy. The next one is the applicant must comply with all conditions stated in the AHO checklist. And the last one being the applicant must comply with the requirements of Chapter 188 of the Municipal Code Housing Accommodation with Affordable Housing Compliance. So I want to confirm with Mr. Joseph that although that they are the applicant agrees to all those conditions, the affordable housing conditions that they added.
Yeah, so I'm counting 10 total conditions now, the 3 affordable housing, the 2 that we talked about on the record, and the 5 standard conditions in the staff report. Those are acceptable to the applicant.
Okay. So given that, staff recommend approval.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move to approve case P 2025-0032. Address is 662 Commutapore Avenue. And this is with C variances subject to planning staff conditions.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
Yes.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Commissioner Conway.
Aye.
And Madam Chair Downey.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I'd like to call case P2025-0116. It's for a minor subdivision. Address is 115 Neptune Avenue. The attorney is Eugene. Is he Eugene?
Cameron, do we have notices on these?
We do. I'll forward them again, and I just found Gene in the audience.
Thanks, Cam.
I got him, Cam. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
All right. Good evening, Madam
Good evening.
Chairperson and Commissioners. I am Eugene O'Connell, appearing for the applicant, 115 Neptune Avenue LLC. Santo, this is a notice case, as you just mentioned. The notices were sent out for this case 15, also includes 16 and 17. They're all related. The notices for this minor subdivision, plus 2 minor site plans for the homes that we built on the lots. So those were all uploaded, and I know you now have them.
So Gene, I want to mark them, but Madam Chair, perhaps we should call case 15, 16, and 17. As I understand it, Gene, we're essentially centering the lot line and then proposing homes on each of the thereafter created lots. And I don't see necessarily why we can't present it all at one. If the subdivision fails, obviously the minor site plans fail. So Madam Chair, I think that just will make the presentation smoother and everyone will follow.
Okay. So at the same time, we'll call case P2025-0017 and case P2025-0018.
And Madam Chair, as counsel had indicated, I am receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to all 3 of the cases, P2025-0116, 0017, and 0018. They do appear to be in order. We're going to mark them as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Santo. And that's a great way to go forward. So when the applicant put this application in, planning staff recommended from day one that because of the location of these lots and the way they're configured, that we don't put in 1 driveway, but we put in 2 driveways. So that is the deviation that we're asking for tonight on the minor subdivision and the site plan. So the way I think I like to go forward is to do the subdivision first. I'll call our architect, Arvat Patel, to go over the subdivision. I have Lee Klein, our traffic engineer, will explain why it's best to have 2 driveways for this particular project. And then my last witness would be Carolyn Morstel to give the principal points on the application. Then I'll bring Arvat back just to go over the minor site plan for the houses. So if that works for everybody, that's how I'd like to proceed.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll swear you in, Bart.
Yes. My camera is not coming on. It says not allowed. So,
Okay. I mean, I recognize your voice. I trust you. I think Gene will vouch for you too. So I'll just swear you in like we did Jeff earlier.
Okay.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Avart Patel, AAVARTPATEL.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, Arvet. So there are 2 lots located on Neptune Avenue between Ocean Avenue and Old Bergen Road. And correct?
That is correct. Let me just open the. Can everyone see my screen?
No,
it's
not as yet.
Starting to share. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So as you can see on the screen, the lots are located on Neptune Avenue between Ocean and Old Bergen Road. It Existing lots are 42.41 and 36.16. Lot 13 is 42.41. Lot 14 is 36.16. And we are proposing lot line adjustment, so they are both equal width. And this is what the proposed lot line adjustment, which is each lot is going to be 39.29 feet wide and 100 foot deep.
So I think that's pretty much what the subdivision consists of. We're just reconfiguring the lots. And so I think Lee Klein can testify, and he has an exhibit to show why staff believes that the two driveway solution is the best.
Ready for me now?
I think we are.
All right.
All right, Lee, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
My name is Lee, middle initial D as in Daniel, Klein, Klein.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. May I share my screen, Bart?
Sure. Sure, let me stop it.
Thank you.
Lee, you should be able to share your screen. Stop share.
There we go. Good. Okay, so I prepared two exhibits. The first exhibit, Exhibit 1, dated May 5th, 2026. This shows one large driveway, and I'll zoom in a second. This shows the subdivided lots that are 39 and change wide. And what I was told to do was to put in a driveway and show how two-car garages would work. Because of you have to keep a little bit of space between the two driveways, and the right turn is the most difficult move to make into this. In order for that to work, the driveway has to be about 30 feet wide. And you can see the path, depending on which garage and which parking space you're going to, it's going to use up that whole 30 feet. So this is one single driveway with the two-car garages, 30 feet wide. Then I prepared a second exhibit, Exhibit 2, also dated May 5th, 2026. And this one I did two separate driveways. Two separate driveways, and they can be 10 feet wide for them to work. The apron right here, we're clipping the corner of the apron to make that turn, but it's two side-by-side, two-car garages, and to make the right turn in, we have a 10-foot wide driveway and a 10-foot wide driveway. So the point there is that one 30-foot wide driveway is needed in order for the two garages to work if there is a single driveway. It's an awkward maneuver. The two 10-foot wide driveways, one for 115 and one for 117, independently, they can enter and exit without having to interfere with one another. When you go back to the first one, it depends on who's coming in and who's backing out. They're a little too close together. So if I'm trying to back out of one, I guess this one's 115. If I'm trying to back out of 115, somebody's trying to swing in to 117, there could be an issue. But if we have two separate driveways, it makes it safer and more efficient, and it's less of a curb cut. It's 20 feet over curb cut instead of 130-foot wide curb cut. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
No.
I don't have any questions.
So, Mr. Klein, can we mark these as A2 for the record, just so that I have them? I suspect they're in one of the other site plan copies, but I want to mark them as A2 for the record.
Fine.
How does that work? Do I mark them or I have to email them to you?
They're marked. But yes, you can either email them or upload them to the portal if I think they were on the other.
Are they already on there, Gene?
Yeah, they're up in the portal already, Santo.
Yeah, I think they're on maybe 117 or 118. 17 or 18, but
you need to put it in the right spot.
But
All right.
we could do that,
Do that
after the meeting.
All right.
Okay. Thanks,
All right,
Lee.
I'll stop sharing.
My next witness will be Carolyn Worstel, just to provide the principal points for the deviation.
And Carolyn, if you would just confirm that you remain under oath from earlier.
I do.
Thank you.
And your license still current?
It is still current, yes.
Okay.
So we're here this evening because there is in the R1 district, there is a requirement that essentially says when you do a subdivision and you create two lots that are, adjacent to each other, that they have one shared curb cut. And the intent is that you're creating lots that are 25 feet wide. They have, maybe, a single car garage. And then you are creating, one 10-foot wide curb cut that can service two garages that are more or less side by side, that share, a single wall. As you saw, these lots are a little wider. The design creates a little space in between them. And so instead of one 10-foot wide curb cut, in order to have a single driveway or curb cut, you'd need the 30-foot wide curb cut, which is fairly substantial. So we are requesting the variance, which would allow the two individual lots to have their own individual curb cuts. When we look at why there was this requirement in the R1, really the intent is to maximize the number of available on-street parking spaces and minimize, the number of curb cuts and the width of curb cuts. This stretch of Neptune is a narrow street, and it only has public parking on one side of the street, on the northeastern side. So it's on the opposite side of the street from the subject properties. There is no permitted on-street parking directly in front of these properties. So we're not going to result in any loss of on-street parking by creating these two separate curb cuts. And it's also consistent with the historic development pattern of these subject properties. There were two separate paved driveways on the far corners of the lots. So again, we're more or less maintaining the existing condition that there are two separate driveways, and it is a safer design for this particular project. So I think overall, the benefits here outweigh the detriments in terms of the two curb cuts versus the one. I don't see that this will advance the municipal land use law. Again, it's allowing for the development of residential development in the R1 district consistent with Purpose A. These are allowing for, consistent light, air, and open space with the future construction of residential units, consistent with R1 bulk standards, and promoting a visual environment consistent with Purpose I through the development of these properties, including new sidewalks, landscaping, and trees, which you'll hear about when we get to the actual developments themselves. I would just sort of note, we're requesting the driveway as part of the subdivision application, because usually when we see subdivisions, that's when there's the requirement for that driveway. It's usually part of a subdivision application. So we are requesting this variance as part of the subdivision application. The two site plan applications you will hear now are, if this is approved, would be completely conforming and would not require any variances. I don't think that this would result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare. Again, creating two conforming lots to promote opportunities for residential development in the R1 that are consistent and will conform with the R1 bulk standards. Again, I don't see a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan or the zoning ordinance. Again, I think that this is consistent with the intent, which is, maintaining on-street parking. There just isn't any permitted on this side of the street because of its narrowness. And then again, I think, the subdivision allows for the development, which continues to enhance residential neighborhoods and ensure balanced housing in the city. So I think that the subdivision with the variance can be granted, and that the variance can meet both the positive and the negative criteria.
Thank you. That's our presentation.
Any board comments? There's no board comments. I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public? You're muted.
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone from the public.
You're closing public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Cam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to emphasize how the two driveways where we prefer one shared is a variance that, we as a planning staff have made it a mission to never allow. We always want to see the shared driveway. We want to optimize on-street parking for residents. But this is the very rare scenario where having two individual curb cuts on a newly subdivided lot to create two families. It makes sense. I want to thank Gene's team for working with city staff because I know you guys you worked with Juru and then you got handed over to me and then I didn't know the history here and I initially was giving you guys a hard time about the two driveways, but when you look at the specs and how a car can navigate it doesn't make sense to have shared. So anyway, all that to say that planning staff agrees with the professional planner testimony regarding the variances. We believe they don't have a detriment to the zone plan or the master plan, nor would they have a detriment to the general health, public welfare of the residents, and planning staff recommends approval with the conditions in the planning staff memo.
Which we've read and we accept the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll take individual votes on each one of them. So we'll go on to case P 2025-0116. Can I get a motion? Motion?
Oh, yes, sorry. I move to approve case P 2025-0116 in reference to address 115 Neptune and lots 13 and 14.
I'm sorry, back. Oh, excuse me. Never mind.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, on a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All in favor to approve the minor subdivision.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion for case P 2025-0017.
I move to approve case P 2025-0017, 115 Neptune Avenue with planning staff conditions.
Second.
Okay, on a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor with conditions.
I'd like to entertain a motion for a motion on case P 2025-0018.
I move to approve case P 2025-0018, 117 Neptune Avenue with planning board conditions.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongadin.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor with conditions.
Madam Chair, I want to say thank you, but while I have the floor, I am an optimist, but I don't think we're going to get to agenda number 28. Cam, is there a way you can carry that to a future meeting with preservation of notice?
Yes, Council. The next available date we are carrying to is the August 25th meeting, so we can carry 35 Wegman Parkway, item 28, case P 2025-0270. It's a preliminary final major site plan, again at 35 Wegman Parkway, with preservation of notice to the August 25th meeting.
All right, thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for your time. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to move on to case P 2025-0127, minor site plan with C variances. Address is 30-32 Waverly Street. Mr. Joseph.
Promoted Stephen Joseph.
Good evening, everyone. I had spoken with Mr. Black earlier about potentially moving 822 Pavonia in place of Waverly this evening. And I would like to see if the board's amenable to that. It's the same project team, both applications.
So Mr. Joseph, if we're going to do that, we're going to let Mr. Wine go on his two first.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you.
So Mr. Wine is on case P2025-0241.
As well as P 2025-0242.
Correct.
Okay, I'm promoting Mr. Wine.
You're welcome, Mr. Wine.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and Mr. Lampe. I appreciate that. Thank you. Or is it Mr. Joseph? I appreciate that.
I think it's the board.
It's the board, of course, of course. Thank you, everyone. So for the record, Benjamin Wine of Prime Tuval and Maselli, on behalf of the applicant Sanichar LLC, I would just ask, and I'm not sure if the board did this while I got in the middle of me being promoted to panelist, but I would just ask that case 19 and 20 be called together, if that's all right.
We did, Mr. Wine. And Mr. Wine, I'm in receipt of an affidavit of service proof of mailing with respect to the minor subdivision application. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. So we can go ahead and mark that as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you, Counsel. So the application before you this evening is fairly straightforward. We're here seeking minor subdivision and minor site plan approval in order to subdivide the property located at 676 Summit Avenue. That's block 6601, lot 36, into two conforming lots, and then to construct a new three-family residential building on each of the lots, as well as an ADU or accessory dwelling units in the rear of each of those lots. So it would be a total of two new lots, each consisting of a three-family principal building plus an accessory dwelling unit in the rear. I do want to indicate for the record that we have worked very closely with Mr. De Silva on this application. There are no variances associated with this application. These are somewhat oversized lots, which is what permits us to perform the subdivision and construct conforming buildings on each. So with me this evening, I only intend to call a single witness. Again, there is no relief being sought. So my witness is Avart Patel, who's going to briefly walk through how the subdivision is proposed and then the proposed developments on each of the conforming lots. So unless you have any questions of me, I'm happy to proceed with Mr. Patel.
Sure, you may proceed with Mr. Patel.
Thank you. I do see Avart.
And Avart, if you would just...
Mr. Wine, Avart was sworn previously and remains under oath.
And Avart, your license remains in good standing here this evening?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Avart, if you can please go ahead and bring up the plans, both showing the subdivision as well as what we're proposing to construct on each of the lots, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yep, just a second.
As you do so, council will indicate we don't have any additional exhibits being proposed. Everything you'll see here this evening was submitted to the board in compliance with the 10-day requirement.
Thank you, Council.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So the current lot is located along Summit Avenue between Hopkins and St. Paul's. The lot is 50 feet in the rear, about 55.19 feet along Summit Avenue. And because Summit Avenue is at an angle, the sides are 106 feet on the right, 106.5, and on the left side it's 117.89, and then there's a little jog in the property line towards the front, which is about 15 feet long. We are subdividing the lots in the middle, and the lot line in the middle of where they're subdivided, it's 121 feet, 0.96 feet, 121.96 feet. Overall, this lot is being used as a parking lot for adjacent property. There was an existing structure till I believe 2018 or 2019, which was demolished because structurally it was deemed unstable and not safe. So it was demolished, and then the lot was paved over, and it's been used for extension of parking for the adjacent commercial building, which is a laundromat. Ben, should I move on to?
You can go ahead to the
architectural plans. Okay. All right. So based on the subdivision, each lot comes out to be about, the larger lot on the left, it's about 3,189 square feet, and the one on the right is about 2,856. Let me quickly move to the site plan. We are proposing two structures attached at the middle, where the subdivision will occur, with the two detached ADUs. With all buildings will be conforming bulk requirement, meeting the lot and the building coverage. We are proposing two new street trees. There is one existing tree, but the pit and that area around the tree is not conforming, so we are upgrading to the current standards, and there will be a new tree proposed in front of the smaller lot. Of course, both the lots would have new water sewer connections, and there are conforming setbacks on both sides. 3'2" is required. We are providing 3'6", providing a little eased up access to the ADUs. Going to quickly move to the floor plans. We do have the floor plans side by side, so I'm just going to walk through the smaller building first, and then move to the larger building on the left. Given that the lot line is an angle, we are aligning the facade of the building. The corner point would be on the property line, and that will align with the adjacent structure, given that the front property line is at an angle. The building on the right side is a 3-bedroom. I mean, the ground floor unit is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. Staircase would lead to the upper units. The upper units are duplexes, and then similar layout, but given that the length of the building, we are able to accommodate 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms for the longer building, with the living and kitchen placed towards the front. This is the second floor layout, this level we have 2 units. Unit number 2 will have a kitchen and living area towards the front. And then for unit number 3, the bedrooms would be placed at this level, which is a 3-bedroom, 2 bath at this level, and then the staircase would lead to the upper level, where the living and kitchen would be placed towards the front of the building. So it's a crisscross. It's a duplex and it's a crisscross. And then for unit number 2, the people will enter the unit, come around and then go up to the 3rd level, where the bedrooms for this unit would be placed towards the back of the building. Similar layout here as well, just that we have 3 bedrooms, 3 bath. 4-bedroom, 3 bath for the longer structure, but a similar setup. It's a crisscross. Living and dining for unit number 2 is towards the front, and then bedroom for unit number 3 towards the back. Going to the 3rd level, similar layout, but just a crisscross. Unit 3 living areas to front, bedrooms in the back for unit 2, and then the staircase will lead to the roof deck. So both units gets the access to the roof. Similar setup for the longer building as well. I'm going to go to the roof plan. As you can see, we have 2 bulkheads, and both unit will have access to the roof deck. We are proposing green roof towards the back and the front of the building, which is again conforming with the setback for the occupied roof from the front facade. I'm going to quickly walk through the front of the building. Overall, we are proposing a brick facade, reddish brown brick, with the hexagonal base with a hardy siding. Side of the building would be vinyl siding. Again, this is the front facade of the ADU, a similar treatment, red-brown brick. And then the other sides would be vinyl siding for the main building as well as the ADU. As you can see, pretty similar treatment. Again, the windows would be fully egress compliant. This is that elevation looking at where the 2 building comes together. Quickly. And I'm going to go back to the first floor plan where we have the layouts for the ADU. Given that these are deeper lot, we are able to provide a little larger ADUs. Again, on the first level, we'll have living, kitchen, a powder room, and then utilities. Level 2 would consist 2 bedrooms, 2 bath. And overall unit breakdown is, the ADUs are about, on the smaller side, it's about, actually they're equal for both. It's about 735 square feet. And then the units ranges from about, 1,200 to 1,600 square feet.
Thank you. And Avard, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. In Mr. De Silva's planning report, he correctly notes that the Division of Forestry had made a request that we change out the street trees we're proposing from, and I'm not even going to attempt to sound out the technical names, but would you agree to comply and work with the Division of Forestry to come up with a species for the street tree that is something that they can back?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I also want to ask, just in terms of overall improvements, and this is my last question to you, just to confirm for the record that we are eliminating a non-conforming standalone parking lot use. We are closing up a curb cut, and we are reducing lot coverage into conformity from what is approximately 100% today as part of our application. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, I have nothing else for Mr. Patel at this point.
Yeah, so that was going to be one of my questions regarding the curb cut. So you're closing out the curb cut there.
Yes, that is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. On any of the units, are there any balconies?
Yes, there are balconies for the upper units towards the back. Let me see. As you can see, and the distance between two structures is it's about 17 feet or so, which is which is more than you normally see for a 100-foot deep lot.
Okay. So for the balconies, just wanted to make sure, as a rule of thumb for the board, that the railing, the bottom railing, doesn't exceed the 2 inches.
Yes, absolutely. We'll comply with that requirement.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions from the board?
Oh,
Garbage and recycling, city pickup.
Again, these are just a three-family structures, so each unit will have their own garbage areas, which we are placing towards the back of the building.
So it will be city pickup.
City pickup.
Yes, it would be. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
no.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
That's your testimony?
That would
concludes?
be
Yes,
that
it
would
does.
be it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Can you stop sharing now, please?
Sure.
Mr. Wine, that concludes your presentation?
It does. If the board has any questions, we're certainly available to answer them.
Okay. All right. I think the board is satisfied with the testimony. I'd like to open for public. Is there anyone from the public?
Okay,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Amato, you raised your hand.
I did accidentally. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, never mind.
It's getting late.
Just seeing if you're paying attention, Cam.
Very good. Very good.
Is there anyone from public?
I don't see anyone from public.
So are you closing the public portion?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Okay, public is closed. This is Matt. Matt, would you like to wrap this up?
Certainly, Madam Chair. So planning staff did publish a staff report, and contained within that report are 5 conditions. They're all fairly standard conditions. The applicant agree to those conditions?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, with that being said, this is an as-of-right application. It's a conforming subdivision and a conforming site plan. There are no variances. I do want to especially commend the applicant for really doing a great job of complying with some of those new contextual design standards in the R1 zone that were added to our land development ordinance a few years back. The initial application that came in was a bit lacking on that front, and staff challenged the applicant's architect to really take in contextual vernacular features from adjacent developments on the block, and I think they did a very good job of it. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion for case P2025-0241.
I move to approve cases P2025, 0241, and 0242.
And we're going to take separate votes.
Okay, sorry. Let's deal with case P2025-0241, and that is a minor subdivision at 676 Summit Avenue.
Okay, so this is specifically for the subdivision. Acting Vice
We need a
Chair.
second.
We need a second.
Oh,
We
sorry.
need a second.
We didn't get a second. Okay.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
Yes.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Councilwoman Little,
Aye.
and Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Motion for the subdivision carries. All in favor?
I'd like to entertain a motion for case P 2025-0242.
I move to approve case P 2025-242, and that's for a minor site plan at 676 Summit Avenue with planning board staff conditions.
Second.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Councilwoman Little,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor on the site plan.
Thank you, everybody. See you in a little bit.
Thank you. Mike, do you need a break?
Yes, now's a great time. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do 10 minutes, so we'll be back at 9:15.
Oh, gosh.
I would like to call the meeting back to order. Mr. Joseph, so you would
Yes,
like
Madam
to
Chairwoman.
call case B 2025037
Yes, please.
Okay, and then thereafter we will be calling case B 2025-0127.
Yes.
Okay. Is Cam is back?
Hello.
Cam, so if we're gonna be hearing these two cases, I'm not sure that we can get through to the other two.
Okay, we can bring Mr. Wine up.
Mr. Wine?
I believe Mr. Wine's handling Holland Gardens as well.
Oh, okay.
Let me promote him.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Mr. Wine. You're up at
Good evening.
Holland Gardens?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I am not quite certain that we will get to this evening.
I would probably agree with you. What I'm going to do, if it's okay, number 27 on the agenda, I know we're definitely not going to get to. So if we could adjourn that with preservation of notice right now, that would be great. And then I honestly, admittedly, don't know how long Mr. Joseph's applications are. So if it's already 9:20, I might as well stick around for a few more minutes on Holland Gardens.
So we can carry item 27, address 206 Olean Avenue, minor site plan with C variances, case number P 2026-0049 to August 25th with preservation of notice.
That works for me. Thank you, Cam. And I'll stick around then, Madam Chair, if that's okay, just to see what happens with Mr. Joseph's applications.
Okay, that's okay, if you would like to.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem. Okay, Mr. Joseph, so we will call on. All right, at this time, I'd like to call on case P 2025-0137, preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 822-826 Bavonia Avenue. Mr. Joseph.
Great. Good evening. We already have Ahmed promoted. I believe Adam is our engineer this evening, and Mr. Bellamy is our planner. So while we're getting them promoted, this is a notice case. Like to confirm we have notices and enter those as A1, please.
Thank you, Council. Madam Chairman, received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application of 822 to 826 Bavona Avenue here in the city. Had the opportunity to review it. It is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances, as noted in the notice. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 822 through 826 Pavonia Avenue. So this is located in Zone 4 of the Journal Square redevelopment plan. It's mid-block on Pavonia Avenue. It may look familiar to some of the board members. This has actually been in front of this board in some version 3 times now. 824, 826 Pavonia was a project presented to this board. There was then a major redesign of the project that came back before this board, and now the applicant has acquired an additional lot, 822 Pavonia, and it's a new application now. What we're proposing is a 6-story building with 35 dwelling units. And in order to accomplish this, the applicant is requesting preliminary and final major site plan approval, along with C variances for height in feet and rear yard setback. We have 3 experts for you this evening. We'll start with Ahmed. He'll walk you through the plans.
And Mr. Amar, if you would just confirm that you remain under oath from earlier tonight.
I do.
Thank you very much.
And your license still current.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. As Stephen said, this is 822-826 Pavonia. I'll be sharing my screen. This is A2. This is 19 slides, which is all information from the project that's been submitted. Again, with a couple of diagrams that explain the project itself.
A2 and the date, sir.
A2, and it is dated July 2026.
And we will, of course, upload this to the portal.
Thank you.
As Stephen has mentioned, this project was previously approved as 824, 826 Pavonia. Then during the investigation process of the soil, we did find some issues with the soil and the depth of the existing buildings that were being demolished. So we went back to the board and updated the design. And in the process, the owner also purchased the property next door, and now it's 822 through 826 Pavonia. I'll take you through the project. It is off of Tunnelly Ave. Pavonia is right here between Van Ripen and Magnolia. This is these are the visual impact images. This is the project that's being proposed on Pavonia Avenue. The 6 stories, as Stephen has mentioned, this is 6 stories, 35 units. It is located in the Zone 4 neighborhood mixed use of the Journal Square redevelopment plan, Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan. The 2 variances, as been mentioned already, is a height variance and a rear yard setback. The height variance, to be clear, it's 6 stories, 64 feet is permitted. We are proposing 6 stories, 65 feet. There's some slope on site, which I'll explain in a few. This is the site plan of the project. Before getting into this, just to give an idea, we have 16 one-bedrooms. I'm sorry, 19 one-bedrooms and 10 one-bedrooms plus den. And then we have 6 two-bedrooms in the building. We do have amenity space within the building, which I'll show you in a few minutes. And we also have a roof deck being proposed. As a matter of site plan.
Can you zoom in, please?
Yes, I can. As a matter of site plan, we have a 10-foot 6 setback in the front to match the adjacent properties per the redevelopment plan. The front back shall match the setback for the primary building facade on either side. And the primary building facade on either side, when measured, is the 10.6 along the right side here. So we do match this here. I'll go back slowly to the site plan. Just move out slightly so you can see it. Please let me know if I'm not too close or too far. While permitted to cover 100% of the ground floor, we do have an 8-foot 6 setback on the ground floor here, allowing for some green area and simple patios in the back for the units. These are walkout patios through stairs and then some seating areas. I do, as a theme that you'll see through this project, that we were keen on providing outdoor space for every single unit in the project, and you'll see that whether it's a Juliet balcony or a nice large balconies in the back, and also the outdoor space for the roof deck. The massing of the building is very straightforward. We have the 10-foot 6 setback in the front. Above that, this is the same plane as the 10-foot-6 setback. On the sixth floor, we set back another 1-foot-6 to create a deeper balcony here for the sixth floor units. The rear of the building, and I'll zoom in. As I said, it's 8-foot-6 in the first floor, and starting on the second floor, we set back to 19.6 with these larger, nicer balconies for the units. As I mentioned, just looking at the massing of the project, every single unit in the front has a balcony. Also, the units in the back have a balcony. Taking you through the plans, I'll zoom in on the front side first, and then I'll go to the back just so everybody sees it. We have a vestibule in the front with a nice lobby, a package room, and then you walk in there. This is the more private area where the stairs are and the elevator of the building. The elevator of the building, and you'll notice here some stairs because of the slope on site that we have, which is also the reason for the height deviation that we're requesting. You go up a few steps to access the units that are situated in the back here. In the front, we have a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom. These units remain adaptable for accessibility purposes. We get there through the elevator, so the elevator has a stop on this end, and you'll notice the doors for the elevator also in the back, and there is a stop another 3 feet above. So this is 0, 0, project 0, 0, and this is 3 feet higher. So again, just to clarify, if you come in from the street level, take this elevator 3 feet higher, there's another stop that takes you on this side to get to these units. These units are all 1-bedroom with access to the rear and storage in the cellar. The ground floor has the trash room here with easy, simple access to the sidewalk through this setback on the side of the building on this side here. The cellar of the building has the electric room, sprinkler, and gas rooms. There is also storage for the building, along with a general closet, bike storage right here for 18 bikes, tenant storage, and a gym for an amenity space in the cellar of the building. The units above, as you go upstairs, and I'll explain the trash component of that as well. As you go up, by the way, the units generally stack. The reason why we have a second and then third to fifth is because the balcony sizes are different. And then technically speaking, the second floor is a non-combustible structure, while above it's wood. So if I zoom in on this, we have a 1-bedroom plus then a 2-bedroom here. In the back, we have another 1-bedroom plus then a 1-bedroom and a 1-bedroom. There's a trash room on every floor with a trash chute. And I'm going to go back to which is right here. I'm going to go back one time just to the first floor. The chute falls right into here for a compactor room. And this has a double door again for the bins to be rolled out directly to the sidewalks. So the trash room is not in the cellar. It's actually on the ground floor of the building. If I go up one more time, again, the typical floors go all the way up, and we have a recreational roof deck here with planters wrapping on here and also setting back the roof, the recreational roof deck from the perimeter of the building. We do have mechanical spaces which are screened on the roof of the building to service the units in the building. This is not a PTAC building, as you'll see in the facade design. I will go one more time to the elevations. You'll see them in the renderings. I do want to mention that we have windows on the sides, and the windows on the sides of the building are permitted because we have over a 3-foot setback from the sides. We have a 3-foot on one side and 3'8" on the other side. And per the building code, from 3 to 5 feet, you get 15% fenestration, which we meet in our design here. The front of the building, as designed, uses 3 materials. We have a black metal panel. We have the Norman brown brick here. And we have the black stone along the frontage of the building at the bottom here, meeting the ground. This does set back as it meets the sky with the glass railing here. And then each unit, as I mentioned, has a simple balcony here. In the back, once again, we have balcony for every unit. By the way, the trees are existing. We're not making that up. And so there in the back there is stucco, brown stucco to mimic the brown brick, and the black stucco mimicking the metal panel and the stone. We do have dividers on the balconies between all the units, which are also shown in the I can show it one more time in the 3D view here, so that each unit has its private space on the rear of the building for the balconies. This is the entrance of the building, with the name of the building being Casa 824. This does conclude my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Ahmed, can we go back to the balconies? What is the spacing on in regards to the rail, the bottom rail and the spacing?
So, do you want me to go back to the rendering, or there's just like an elevation? Whatever you want.
The rendering.
Sure. So
I think the
as you-
question's the spacing between the floor of the
Yes.
balcony and the bottom rail.
Yeah, no, I learned my lesson about a couple of years ago. So this is less than 2 inches. The
Okay.
spindles meet the code with less than 3.5 inches from each other, and it's 42 inches high.
Okay. The bike rack.
Yes.
The allocation is what, 18?
It's 18, yes, with 2 bike racks, Duro bike racks. I believe if I go here, yes, we have the actual spec for the bike racks, and it's 9 bikes each, and we have 2 of them.
And there's no parking.
There's no parking, correct.
You have room to expand the bike racks?
Do I have room to expand the bike racks?
Right.
Looks like I do.
Can we do that?
Of course I can.
Yeah, we would want that.
18 is not enough.
I can do that.
Okay. Because I don't think 18 is sufficient.
Yeah.
What's 9 times 3? 27?
27.
Would that be sufficient?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would that be sufficient? 9 times
The
3?
more you can, the merrier it would be.
I totally
because
agree
you
with
have
you.
35 units.
35.
Okay. I'll do my best, yes.
So we'll Ahmed, can we agree to a minimum
I can
of
agree to 27. If I have to get to 35, I'll do it.
If we can get more in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do what I can, yes.
And question about is there any restriction on what can be stored on the balconies? Because they look beautiful, but if people fill it up with bikes and all different kind of junk,
So we totally agree, and that's actually why we've allocated tenant storage in the building, and we've also I believe may not be here, but we spec'd also the tenant storage cages, so we have a cage for every unit that's wrapping around here. We have also extra storage for the building. We're trying to avoid that, but I'm happy to agree to a stipulation, and I know the ownership and management of the building would prefer exactly what you're saying, Commissioner.
So council,
would
it
love
is
for that to be
beyond our
added.
jurisdiction, but I think it would be very much appreciated if in the leasing process,
Yeah.
the owner made sure to enforce that we don't turn it into tenement.
No one wants to see these balconies clean
Yeah,
as much as I do.
that's
So,
I know we've done that on some other applications in the past. That's what ownership wants here. I hope the board can appreciate some of the thought that was put into this design, and it's intended to be a nice building.
great. It's a beautiful
Good.
building.
Absolutely beautiful building. We just don't want to see what we talked about, and also towels hanging on the railings and all that stuff.
Yeah. No,
We want it
absolutely.
clean.
Yeah, ownership agrees.
Agreed, yes.
All right. Question I have is on this, you have this being, your compactors are being fed by chutes. So each floor has a chute for both garbage and recycling?
Each chute has a chute for both, and sorting happens in the trash room with the compactor.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that's for both garbage and recycling.
correct, yes.
All right.
And
Steve?
again, there's no bringing up elevator or
Right,
something
good,
like that. It's
good.
on the same floor to be rolled out, which I personally prefer, and we rarely ever put it in a basement unless we absolutely have to, like on the previous application. But yeah.
Right.
So we keep hearing about these combined chutes, Commissioner Stamato, and I just want to be clear that is what happens that there's no sorting by the individual tenant in their apartment. You just mix everything together in your Glad bag and you put it in the chute, and somehow the compactor then rips open the bag and separates trash from recyclables?
I hope not. You're not
No,
talking about that, are you, Mike?
No. So what happens is there is a bin on every floor in the trash room for the recyclables.
For the recyclables.
For the
Bottles
recyclables,
and
which are
paper and
connected,
all that. Okay.
right, which are collected by management and taken down to the trash room. And then separately, there's a chute for the trash. But in the case that it
garbage.
does happen, because I'm just being realistic, it does happen, and people do throw recyclables down the chute. Some sorting will have to happen in the trash room as well. Yes, that's why I always talk about the trash room being bigger than just a space for the compactor, because there needs to be space to fold cardboard, get it ready, store it for the next pickup day.
So basically, your compactors, which you're referring to as a compactor, pushes into a bag, a plastic bag, and you tie it off, correct?
There's two types. One that goes into like a sausage, yes, the sausage system, like the bags, and the other type pushes into a 2-yard container.
2-yard container where you're
Which
crushing the material.
Absolutely, yes. Which type are they going to ultimately purchase? I can't testify to that, but I can tell you that there will be a compactor in there.
All right. I mean, I guess we can make a suggestion. I would want the one that compacts.
Oh, no,
Commissioner
they both
Stamato, I
compact.
guess my question, what I want to be clear on, and I want to be able to explain to everybody else as they come up in this scenario,
Correct.
is what it is that our preference is and what we want to make a condition. So to me, if I live in an apartment, I put my garbage and my recycling into two separate bags. I walk down the hall to the trash room. I take my garbage, I put it in the chute. I take my recyclables, the glass and plastic, and I leave that on the floor in the trash room or in some kind of bin in the trash room.
Correct.
My boxes, I'm supposed to also throw in that room in another pile, like what happens in my house, in my garage, where there's just Amazon boxes thrown into the garage.
The boxes are supposed to be folded and put in that room as well, and they are just like the recyclable. They're picked up by the management company and taken down to the trash room. Correct.
Okay, so in the event, as you had stated, that inevitably there's some cans or bottles or what have you mixed in with the trash, when it hits the compactor, there's some kind of mechanism that recognizes there's recyclables in that bag?
There are compactors that are sorters, exactly. If a metal comes down, it recognizes that it'll stop compacting, and it inform basically stop compacting. Then the management team will know that it didn't compact for a reason. Now, if it did compact it part of the trash, I'm sorry, if it's just trash, it compacts it and it goes into either the bag or a bin.
Right. So it's okay. as opposed to two separate chutes where I put my glass and plastic in the second chute and it goes into a separate compactor for recyclables.
Correct, which is a system, council, that we've used and we continue to use on larger buildings where you have more space, and I'm able to put a tri-sorter or two compactors and two chutes in a bigger room. We'll certainly do that.
And in this building, you don't have the space to do that?
In this building, I do not have the space to do that. No.
Is this city collection or is this going to be private collection?
It'll
I
be.
believe, I mean, go ahead, Cal. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Steve.
it'll be private. I believe the volume of the trash in this building rises to the level of requiring private.
I totally agree with you. That's the most
Yes.
important thing. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you can mix your cardboard and your bottles and cans all in one thing, and the private contractor will take that.
Correct.
Good.
So Commissioner Stamato and board, I just want, all of us to be clear. I don't see an issue with the refuge, right? The garbage going through the chute into the compactor.
Correct.
The recyclables staying in the per floor chute rooms and being collected by management. It should be clean and, it's not wet.
Correct. The little tote boxes that they'll put the recyclables in.
Right.
Whereas your wet garbage will go down the chute, which is perfect.
And of course, they should be rinsing their recyclables, but like city pickup, some people don't.
Well, they'll have to enforce that, and that's one of the things that they're going to have to. I mean, otherwise they're going to have a problem.
Right. Right. That's a management problem.
Correct.
That needs to be managed.
Yep.
Any other questions for Ahmed?
Oh.
Okay, so we do have a civil engineer here this evening. I'm not sure if the board would like to hear from him. I'm not sure his testimony is necessary, and if not, we can move into the planning testimony on the variances.
So, Mr. Joseph, did we actually see the setback variance and the height in feet that's going to form the basis of the planning testimony?
Correct. And if you want to go back to one of the first sheets of your presentation.
Yes, I can. And Sam, do you want me to show any specific? I think you wanted this sheet, right, Sam?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So with the variances, I believe Ahmed earlier described where the setbacks are supposed to be, showed the requirements and what we're doing in terms of not having the full length of the building on the ground floor. Sam will talk a little bit about that. And he also talked about the 1 extra foot in height and some of the architectural reasoning behind that, which is the change in the grade.
Yes.
So you're supposed to be 19.6, but you're 8.6 on the rear.
Sam, do you want me to? Are you gonna just? Because I don't.
Yeah, I could address it.
Okay.
I guess before I get into my testimony, just confirming I'm still under oath and my license, for the record, is still currently good standing.
Before you go, Sam, so you have a civil engineer who can address the height issue, the variances that you're requesting.
So we have Adam here this evening who could talk about some of the civil. I believe Ahmed did speak about both of the variances, but if we want to talk more about the grade change, we could certainly have Adam
I think that's important.
that. Sure. So let's bring Adam up first before we go to Sam's testimony.
Correct.
I'll spray it in, Adam.
Good evening.
The testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
And good evening. And for the record, if you could just state and spell your name, please.
Yes, Adam Candiel, last name spelled Kandil.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Kendall, your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. So, yeah, just jumping in. So, I guess the question is
I'm
regarding,
sorry, Adam, do you want me to keep sharing or are you going to share your own?
either way is fine. I have the plans up and I can share. Are you able to see my screen?
It's loading.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. And the question was with regards to the grades, or do you want me to go through a presentation or any questions specifically?
So let's start with the grade of the property.
And if you can
Okay.
zoom in, please.
Certainly. Yep. So I can back up to the existing grade just to give you an idea. I know I backed out and backed in.
Also, Adam, I didn't testify to the trees, the 2 trees, if you want to mention that too.
Certainly will do. So just in general, the gradient of the property, it's at the front, which we'll call the southeasternmost point of the site, is at around elevation, let's say 96.5. And the rear of the site is at an elevation of about 92.3. So there's about a 4.2 foot drop across the site from the southeastmost portion to the northwest portion, sloping down to the northwest. That's under existing conditions. Under proposed conditions, we're maintaining street elevation and curb elevation as we come into the door here, mimicking the elevation. So I said 96.5, it's more like 96.64 at the front, the southeast corner. And we're maintaining those grades as the grade slopes from east to west.
Adam,
We're
just try not to
maintaining.
zoom, just try not to zoom in and out so much.
Got it.
Everyone's getting a little dizzy, I think.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So yeah, so sloping from east to west. So our elevation is 96 here. As we push to the back of the site, our elevation in this corner, like I said, was 92.3, meeting existing. So the wall over here, I mean, not the wall, the stairs over here are stepping. So the platform at the back rear steps here is 95. The platform at the mid landing here is 94.17. And the platform of the step here is 93.59. That's grade changes being made up by the risers and the stairs that are coming out in the back. Now the elevation of, when you go into the architectural plan, the elevation in this rear elevation is at elevation 99, so it's a step up. And then we come to the landing of the stairs, and then we come back to the landing where we're meeting existing grade at the rear of the property. But that's where we are. We don't have any walls per se. We do have a portion of the concrete that might be exposed of about 6 inches, maybe a foot maximum, where the concrete in reference to the ground, because we're maintaining the existing grade as we meet the neighbors, and also for the vegetation or the for the shrubs in the rear of the site.
And Ahmed, I think maybe the section might help demonstrate this as well.
Yes.
So Adam, if you want to stop sharing your screen, I think Ahmed can show the section, which would
Do you want me to go over the street trees first, or do you want to go right to the section?
Sure. Quickly do the street trees. We got some comments from forestry. We've complied with their comments regarding that, but we can mention that briefly.
Certainly, and not to zoom in and out, but we're providing 2 shade trees along the site, European hornbeam shade trees. So we're complying. So 3 are required, and 3 are being proposed, including the 1 existing tree that is along our frontage that will be to remain. So 1 tree to remain and 2 more additional trees. Above and beyond, we're adding some shrubs along the front of the building and in the rear of the building.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you, Adam.
Should I stop sharing?
Unless there's questions for Adam,
I
Commissioner, yes.
have a question. I don't know who was before. With all these different grades, do we have to worry about either flooding other people or worrying about water flooding us?
Adam?
No, so no issues with regards to flooding. We're meeting existing grade and we're maintaining existing drainage patterns.
Okay.
So, Mr. Candle, can you testify as to how height is measured and what the variance in feet calculates to?
Certainly. Yes. So the ground elevation that we have, so the height is measured based off of the let me just run that. So the ground floor elevation, we are showing a maximum height of 65 feet. And that is based off of the curb elevation that we have, or the finished floor elevation
The
of
front?
of the first floor
At the front of the property.
of the front.
Okay.
And yeah, again, I think Ahmed, if you show the section, I can
Sure.
So once you stop sharing your screen, Adam, we could pull up the section.
Certainly.
Right.
So this is the front, this is the back, and as you can see, it drops. Down here is the back, and up here is the front. And when you measure from the higher elevation, you get the 65 feet. And in order to maintain the sidewalk, the natural drainage of the site and not alter the grade, and keeping that straight line here, we end up with a higher elevation. If we bring everything up, then it's the same. But as we measure from the front, it's 65 instead of 64.
A foot difference, correct?
Correct. It's 1 foot difference, correct? Yes.
But it's measured from the front curb at its existing
Correct.
elevation.
Yes. I know, Sam, you had started. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Okay. Thank you, Adam.
No problem. Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy?
All right, good evening. So I think Ahmed and Adam really covered the deviation request. I'll just kind of tie it together with the planning rationale. This is zone 4, so again, it's the minimum rear yard setback, 19 and a half feet on the upper floors. The second through sixth floors is proposed, where a minimum setback of 30 feet is required for all floors above the ground floor. And then we have a maximum building height proposed of 65 feet, where 64 feet is permitted, and we are complying with the number of stories. So as Ahmed walked through, we are proposing a 10 and a half foot front yard setback here. That's required to meet the predominant front yard setback of the block. As you go down Pavonia, the character of the block is really all front yard parking and driveways, including some of the existing properties. So that's where you get these larger front yard setbacks here. Generally isn't consistent with current and envisioned front yard setbacks in this redevelopment plan area, but we're really trying to match that contextual front yard setback of the block. So that's where we are proposing the deeper front yard setback than intended. And we are proposing and also a rear yard setback on the ground floor of 8.5 feet that provides for more separation between the adjacent properties, where 100% lot coverage on the ground floor is permitted. So in total, we do have 30 feet of setback when you combine both the front and the rear yard setback. So that was intentional with the 19 and a half feet proposed on the upper floors. And I think that the design approach of providing those additional setback areas in the front and the rear outweigh any detriments from the 10 and a half foot deviation request. As far as the height, so you heard really the rationale behind the greater ground floor height. I would also add in that from an urban design perspective, having a greater ground floor heights generally is consistent with urban design principles. We do have some contextual elements here, including a differential of materials on the ground floor and upper floor. And there also is a step back on the sixth floor where no step backs required. So I think that provides a little bit further of a contextual element here. Um, the floor heights themselves do comply with both the minimums and maximums, so we aren't requesting any deviation there. It's just for the additional 1 foot due to the grade changes. So I think overall the benefits do outweigh the detriments. I'll also add that we are removing current non-conforming front yard parking and curb cuts, and we are adding some street trees here. So I think there's some definite benefits from removing those elements and then replacing the concrete with front yard landscaping here to kind of soften the streetscape. So I think the benefits do outweigh the detriments. We are advancing the purposes of municipal land use law. Again, this is an appropriate use and development of the property consistent with Purpose A. And then we are proposing an appropriate population density in line with what the zoning calls for, consistent with Purpose E. I do not see a substantial detriment to the general welfare. Again, I think the setbacks being proposed do allow for adequate light, air, and open space and are consistent with the overall development pattern on this block along Pavonia Avenue, which really adds a newer building on the streetscape that's still in line with some of the historic development pattern on the block. I likewise don't see a substantial impairment to the zone planner zoning ordinance. Again, I think this is in line with what the Zone 4 zoning calls for and is consistent with the objectives of both the redevelopment plan and master plan. So with that, I think this project meets both the positive and negative criteria, and I would be happy to answer any questions the board has.
One question I have would be, as far as runoff, we don't have to be concerned about any water runoff from this property over to anybody else's property, correct?
I think
No, covered that in
Adam,
his testimony, and we also are proposing green roofing, which I think will help minimize stormwater runoff on the site and be an improvement here.
I had a question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Where's the my question is for the garbage. Where's the pickup? Is it going to be in the front of the building? Because I know, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, that street is a dead end street, correct?
correct. Yeah. So the pickup will be in front of the building. It'll be a private hauler. So it'll be on some sort of schedule, and management will know when the truck's coming, and they'll arrange either to back down or make a turn somehow, however they figure out their route on the dead end block.
I mean, that's just my only concern. If there's on-street parking, how would the truck maneuver it? And again, I mean, I may sound like a broken record, but I'm just thinking about, inclement weather and things of that nature. And I know everybody says to do the garbage, it takes 10 minutes, but I don't really see that with those amount of units, but okay.
Well, it's going to be containerized, right? So you're wheeling it out. Truck, how far is it where the truck would have to back down?
It's halfway through the block, a little closer to the other side. But there's other homes and other structures also on the block. I might add, everybody's gonna have trash pickup, but also when picking up more frequent, Commissioner, it won't be as much trash. I never say that it's gonna be a 2-minute thing. It takes 5-10 minutes to pick up trash on a street, and that's fair. But that's what happens with people living. Trash is going to be produced and it's going to have to be picked up.
What's across from this building? What type of?
Right now, there's, I believe, a 3-unit. I have just to look at it, but I know there's an approval for a 6-unit building across the street. I don't know when that will go construction, but
So right now, there's a truck backing down that street to pick up those units that are across the
yes,
street from this,
yes.
right?
Right now, that's exactly what happens. Correct.
Up a hill or down a hill or level?
I'm looking at it right now. It's downhill towards Tunnelly. And
downhill towards Tunnelly, yeah.
Yes, it's downhill towards Tunnelly. Also, at the end of the block, it's important to mention this is where the large development is going to take place, and it's going to be walkable to Jones Square from there.
Any other board comments?
I don't have any more comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, if there's no more comments, I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone from the public at this point.
Are you closing the public comment?
Closing the public comments.
Do I get a second?
Second.
Public is closed. Joseph, you want to wrap this up?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the staff agrees with Mr. Bellingham's analysis with regards to the requested variances for the minimum rear yard setback and maximum building height. The development mass of this building is slightly larger compared to what's around it. That is appropriate for the zone, and it largely complies with all development standards with regards to bulk mass and design for the neighborhood mixed use zone or zone 4 of the Jones Square 2060 redevelopment plan. We worked with the applicant, do multiple rounds of review to produce design that we have ready today, and staff agrees that it's a pretty beautiful looking building. So given all that, we want to confirm with the applicant's team that they agreed to the 6 conditions outlined in the staff memo dated May 8th, 2026.
Yes.
Including together with the additional condition from the board with the additional bike rack?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
The bike rack expansion is also. Thank you.
So yes, but the only comment I have on that is number 6 talks about the consolidation of the lots. The consolidation deed is not typically something that the planning board would sign prior to recording. That's usually something that we have to get prior to filing for permits. And I believe it's one of the items exempt from the subdivision portion of the statute from being signed. Just wanted to clarify that.
So to clarify mine, the condition states that it's like it looks for the approval of the subdivision before staff can stamp the or issue the signature plans before it could be before the applicants could apply for permits. Is that
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is I don't think there's any further approval of the consolidation. It's just a consolidation deed. We're happy to provide a copy of the proposed consolidation deed to you. I think with the signature set split. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Okay, wonderful. So those 7 conditions are acceptable to the applicant.
Okay. Given that, staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion for case P 2025-0137.
I move to approve this case mentioned P 2025-0137. Address is 822 to 826 Livonia Avenue. That would be for a preliminary final major site plan with C variances.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
Yes.
Commissioner Conway.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Councilperson Little.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
And Madam Chair Duncan.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 with conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is 10:06. Mr. Joseph?
Yeah. Happy to defer to the board here, whatever the board would like to do about the next application. Not sure when your cutoff time is on Zoom.
So I'm going to make an exception and go on this one so that we can move this one out. Mr. Wine,
Greatly
I don't think
appreciate
we
that.
will be able to get to yours.
That is my assumption as well. So Madam Chair, I guess with that in mind, what would the next date be? And I would only ask because this is for the housing authority as well. I guess what is the earliest date that we could do?
Cam?
We're carrying to August 25th. July 28th is completely booked.
I mean, I don't want to speak for the board, but we could maybe do a straw poll. I know last meeting we went past 11. Would people entertain going a little bit later tonight? I mean, I also would like to go to bed, but if it would really be delaying things by more than a month.
We could go August 11th, Ben.
There's no way we can fit this one in for July 28th, 20 what?
It would have to go after some older items on the agenda. We we could do that if that is the board's will. You want to do July 28th?
Yeah, I would prefer having it July 28th.
All right, it'll have to go like fifth on that agenda because there's just some older business we have to get taken care of, previous testimony on items. So we'll carry items 22 and 23, case P 2025-0184 and case P 2025-0185, address 235 16th Street, Holland Gardens Developer LLC. A preliminary final major subdivision and preliminary final major site plan carried with preservation of notice to July 28th.
Yeah, because both applications have to go together.
Yes. Thank you. I really appreciate the board's entertaining the earlier date. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so we'll move on to case B 2025-0127. Address, it's for a minor site plan with C variances. Address is 30-32 Waverly Street.
Great. Stephen Joseph for the applicant. Thank you so much. This was a notice application, so I'd like to confirm receipt of the notices and enter those as A1, please.
Thank you, Council. Madam Chair, I am receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to 30 Waverly Avenue here in the city. It is a minor site plan with C variances. I've had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this one's strange. It's not a unusual type of building. The board's seen many like this. Perhaps the zoning board has seen many more of these two-family houses. It's a three-story two-family house. What's strange about it is its location on Waverly Street on a flag lot where there's a DOT easement next to a structure, which I believe is a vent for the path. So we have a handful of variances here in addition to the minor site plan. There's a front yard setback, a rear yard setback, front yard lot coverage, front yard landscaping, design standards. If this building was not located on this lot, this would be a completely conforming building. But it's set back so far from the street, and the lot is such an odd shape, it creates all these variances. Ahmed's our architect on this one as well. He's gonna show you why this building is what it is and walk you through the plans.
Thanks for this.
Madam Chair, I have a question. This vent, is this an exhaust vent from
the trains? That's what we were able to, I'm sworn in and my license is current and good standing for answering anything. So yes, it's from the trains underneath. We have been, I believe Matt Ward was originally working with us on this, Stephen, correct? And then
early on, but Sophia took it
and then
over.
Sophia took over, correct? Yes, and this was something that we looked at for a long time. We reached out to them because there's also an easement, as Stephen has mentioned, and he made it sound very easy. Thank you, Stephen. I'll go through this. and I'll explain what's
And
going on exactly with the site.
your presentation set, let's enter that in first.
A2, it's 15 slides.
And the date is July 14th.
July 14th.
Santa, do we have notices in order?
Yes, we marked the notice, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So this is going to be A2.
Yes.
Did we identify the date?
Yes,
I think I wrote 15
July
sheet.
14th, 2026, and it is 15 slides, Council.
A2.
Yes. So, as mentioned, this is block 5802, lot 41. I will zoom in here just to show what the makeup of the site is. So it is this L-shaped lot, which is behind the NJDOT site, lot 40 right here. I will also go to the next slide. This is what is across the street, and this is again what's over here, and then the view down the street in the other direction. This is here the structure that we were talking about. It's a concrete, basically, structure with no roof on it as a vent for the trains underneath. They also have access to the rest of the property around it. I will zoom in here to show what that means. All of this is the DOT site. There is an existing ingress and egress easement for this portion of the property. I will show it one more time on the tax lots. Right here, we are in the R1 zone, and the R1 zone is everything here in the gray, not this or this. And this is the property one more time. We specifically highlighted this part of the property to explain that this is the easement of area for the DOT property. So how do they use this? They come in here. They're able to use this to come in and leave their property. They're also currently parking cars on this portion of the property. I will go to the next slide. So what are we doing? We are proposing a 3-story, 2-family building on this portion of the lot, hence why Joseph was speaking about the variances. It's because when you look at the property, and if you measure from the front here to the back, you have 100 feet. So if you're looking for a 25-foot setback from the back, we would have a 15-foot sliver in here to build. And this is where it becomes very complicated. The width of the property also is here, but that's basically the entire property. So if you look at this piece specifically, this is where the variances would be explained. So what did we do? We proposed.
And Ahmed, sorry, just to correct, it's a percent. It's a percentage of the lot, 25%,
Yes,
not 25 feet.
25%. Yeah.
So, Mr. Joseph, from
Yes.
a legal standpoint, it's a flag lot. What you've identified on this drawing as the easement area, you're the servient piece, and PSE&G is the dominant beneficiary of that easement area.
NJDOT, but yes.
NJDOT. But that's technically part of your property.
Correct.
Correct.
And there's an easement?
There's an easement, which I'll show the exact text of it. So
Okay.
What are we doing here? We are proposing this 2-family in the back of the property. And I'll show you exactly how this works. There's a door here and a door here for the 2 different units. And let me take you through the site plan. So
and I think Ahmed, just to clarify, right? This is the entirety of this is our property, right? This is our property, and the DOT has the right to use it for access and maintenance of their adjacent property, which my client tells me they do actually occasionally come here to do whatever they do with this structure. It's not every day, it's not every week, but every so often they do come. They'll have a truck, they'll gain access, and they'll do whatever they do with the structure.
So
But they don't need that access, Mr. Joseph. They have it, but do they not have street access?
they have a street. They do have street access, but they also park equipment and trucks here. I if I were to assume what they would eventually need this for or want this for is probably to park some sort of crane or something to get up to the top of it. It is a recorded easement. It's something we're bound by here, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend my client, fight with the DOT about their access to the site.
But my concern in question, and I'm sure the board is concerned about it, is how does that hinder your ability to access if they're parking all over that, if they're putting a crane on it?
So I want to just mention that this is an ingress and egress easement. They're not supposed to be parking on it, and nothing's supposed to be built, can be built on this property, on this section of the property. They're supposed to be using it to bring trucks in and out when they do service this vent or this structure. The what I mentioned about cars, because right now the whole area is vacant and nothing is being used. They do have equipment and sometimes things all over when they do visit because there's nothing happening. Part of what we're discussing with planning is that there's two curb cuts, or I should say, I guess it's two curb cuts currently, one here and one here. And what planning has requested of us is to basically keep the one curb cut, which is adjacent to the NGDOT property, and eliminate the other curb cut, and put a gate here, which would be for ingress and egress here. And then they can still bring their trucks or cars through here. If they need to back up or this for turning radius or anything like that, they can use that. But planning recommendation was, there's too many curb cuts. If there's already a curb cut here that allows a DOT to access the property, then we should eliminate the other curb cut and bring back parking on the street.
Wouldn't it be easier for the curb cut to be exactly where the egress and in is there for the DOT?
Would it be easier so the way we're envisioning this to happen, madam?
So I also want to clarify, we do
Yes.
not have parking.
So, Mr.
Right?
Joseph, that's what I want to be clear on.
Yes.
I want to be clear that one, parking is not required,
Yes.
and two, you're not proposing parking. So
Correct.
NJDOT's use of the easement, how they're utilizing the easement, should not interfere with the pedestrian access from Waverly to the structure.
Correct.
Correct. Yes, and we originally had the curb cut in a different location, but we are not proposing parking here. Parking is not required here. And in consultation with staff, we agreed to reduce the curb cut from the entirety of the frontage of our property. We're obviously not touching the frontage on the adjacent property, but the depression in the curb in front of our property is going away. We do not have any vehicle access to our property. And we were also asked to put a gate, a fence access in front of the property as well, from planning staff.
But Mr. Joseph, obviously, I can understand why planning would suggest such things.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what that easement says. But if NJDOT is allowed to put trucks over there and catapult guys on top of that structure or whatever they're doing, I don't know that you can just put a gate there and not allow them that access, right?
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, I'm pulling up the easement now.
But that's beyond our ability. So you know.
Yeah, I think the applicant is happy to put the gate and the fence there, and if it needs to be removed, it can be removed due to the frequency that
NJDOT accesses the property.
I want to add that Council LMP, just that part of the discussion with planning staff is that because parking is not being proposed or it's not required or being proposed on the rear for our project, they want to make sure that no cars are going to come in here and park here for the property because that's not what the zoning allows. That's where the gate and the fence come in. So it's only pedestrian access, which is something, as Mr. Joseph said, we're on board with. How the DOT and their egress exactly interacts with this is something that we have been trying to reach out and figure out, but I know, Stephen, you've done that more than me.
Yeah, and look, the easement's not. I think trying to remember our conversations with city planning going back a little ways now, but I think the position and the conclusion we came to is the easement's not over city's property, and there is access to our property through the curb cut on the adjacent property. They can get vehicles and people through their curb cut onto their property and onto our property going around the entrance.
I know Councilwoman Little has a question. She has her hand raised.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so just so I fully understand, is the fence going to be going along the full length of the property line, or it's only there? Okay. So then I have a couple of questions. So then immediately to the right of that, NJDOT would drive through their curb cut and then presumably park their equipment in the same area that the residents would be using as a pedestrian walkway. And I'm a little worried that if DOT has just been used to bringing in heavy equipment and just parking it there, that if there's suddenly pedestrians there, maybe they're walking with a small child, a small dog, like I'm just worried about the potential for conflict there, especially if DOT is not used to having pedestrians there.
So Councilperson Little, not only is that accurate, as I understood it, you're not just putting a fence post to post along the front, right? That fence, the purpose of the fence is so no vehicles drive around the fence. So, Mr. Joseph, what we're talking about is running a fence along the pole of the flag of the lot. No?
No. So Ahmed, why don't can you show a sheet of the plans that explains exactly where the fence is?
Yeah, I'll take that, Stephen. I'll explain this. So
It
a couple of
doesn't go
things.
around the entirety of the
A couple of things. Just the question is the fence in the front along the property line, entire width of the property? The answer is yes, because the width of the property in the front is only 15 feet. Because the rest of this is not our property. The property line ends here.
But Mr. Amora, it does not return?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The fence does not return along your
It does not return. No. The purpose of the fence, as proposed by city planning and discussed by us with them and agreed to, is to prevent vehicular access here onto this because
to stop front yard parking.
Yes, to stop front yard parking and have it because DOT does have access to the property here, and so if they want to turn around or do any maneuvers, they can still use this easement, but there's no parking of cars on this area. There's no vehicular access on this area. That's basically the purpose here.
That's a safer approach.
That's the approach that we worked with planning on exactly.
And I don't know if Matt or Sophia is here this evening as well, but it was something that we went back and forth on extensively, how we're treating the front of this property.
Yes.
Commissioner Samato, you have a question?
Yes, I do. You made a comment about having contact or trying to have contact with the DOT.
I did not reach out to the DOT.
Don't you think you
No.
better do that? Tell them what you're planning on doing? Is that going to cause an issue?
I don't think it'll cause an issue. I'm happy to reach out to them. I have not had a great deal of success in the past getting any type of response whatsoever from them. But
I
I'm
think you
happy
need to
to do
work
that.
something out with them and let them know what your plan is.
So Commissioner Stamato, I will tell you, there's no way you're going to get the DOT to pay attention to this and or do anything. They have the benefit of the easement that council recognizes they have. The DOT's position is going to be, we have an easement. We don't care what you're doing. We do what we do.
I don't even think I get that far. I mean, I have reached out to DOT on other applications,
Right.
And our office does some municipal work as well, and we have a contact in the government relations office, and we don't get any further than anybody else, even with those contacts. You
I
don't
don't
get
disagree with that. And I understand the intent is not to permit the residents to park in the front yard because that's a violation.
Right. Well, they're not going to park. They're not going to park there. Right?
Our Commissioner Patel has a question.
I just want to make sure that this board is not endorsing something that violates the DOT's use of that easement. That's my concern, first and foremost.
As usual, you and I are on the same side.
Is there enough room for a truck to, maneuver and turn around? I mean, how many foot we're talking about from here, from the structure of DOT structure to this fence end?
This here?
Yes.
This is over, I would say 35 feet.
And do you guys know anything? I mean, what kind of truck they put and park there in the
So
on the
we visited
sides
the
of the
site.
truck, or
Yeah, we visited the site.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we visited the site several times during this process and took some pictures sometimes. We haven't seen anything bigger than like a pickup truck and a white big van, basically.
Like a utility. That's what the client told me too. Is he sees a utility van there occasionally. But I understand the board's concerns. We are certainly happy to remove the fence and the gate if that's what the board would like. We're also happy to acknowledge, however, we're able to acknowledge that the board is not endorsing the fence to go here, and if it needs to be removed at the request or demand of DOT, we're happy to do that.
in my opinion, I personally think, I don't know about other commissioners, but I think that fence and then gate is probably a better option than not having one. Otherwise, the people who might be residing in those houses, they could be parking a car, and then DOT wants to come and it will create more issues.
I think I saw Commissioner Capers. He had his hands raised.
Yes, I mean, I'm just trying to get clarity as well. So that's a pedestrian walkway, correct?
That's the
Leading up
access to the property. Yes, to the two houses in the back, correct.
So I want to have a clear understanding. There's no vehicle access to the building.
No.
So how would they move? So when they move in, how do they move their stuff in and out?
From the street.
Yes.
Okay.
What about a fire? What happens if they need a fire engine in there? How does that work?
It's less than 75 feet from the street.
So here's the legal reality of this situation.
Please.
We don't see this too often because this is a flag lot. These are not favored. The issue with vehicles is you are not allowed to park in the front yard.
Okay.
Technically, the reason it's called a flag lot, and I don't mean to sound demeaning or anything, but it looks like a flag, right? That's the post. And then back where the property is, looks like a flag hanging on.
Yeah, right.
That's why they call it a flag lot.
Okay.
It could be all grass. In this particular case, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Joseph, but it happens to be macadam, probably because of how DOT has been using it.
Correct.
It may be gravel. I don't know that it's paved nicely, but the bottom line is nobody, I shouldn't say nobody, it's probably not recognizable in the field that this is a portion of the rear property lot. If you go there, this probably all looks like the DOT property. So now these individuals try to develop that back portion, and all of a sudden, everybody that's not familiar with what we're learning right now is going, okay, how do they get to the street? Where's their property? We don't understand this. We all thought it was one big piece type of a scenario. If there's a fire, at the very least, Mr. Joseph's client has a 15-foot wide access to that back portion. This is not a property that doesn't front on a street. It fronts on the street because of the post portion of the flag line. So
Right.
fire can get back there. Everybody can get back there. That being said, trucks and cars are not supposed to go onto that portion of the property in order to park and or visit the structure in the rear. If a fire truck were to have to go on there to fight the fire, they're going to do that. I don't know that they go onto the property and get that close to the structure with the engine or the ladder truck. They're probably going to keep it in the street. But if they have to pull on, that's what they're going to do, regardless of whether that portion is the applicant's property or not. The good news is NJDOT, if they were to sell it and somebody else were to take ownership, they can't develop across that portion of the property because it's not theirs. It belongs to the applicant. But the applicant does have to recognize and respect the rights of NJDOT to use that portion of the applicant's property for whatever the easement says. So,
I also want to add,
fence off the whole property and not let NJDOT use the easement. That would be a problem.
I do also want to add, I'm gonna share my screen. I'll screenshot this and enter this as an exhibit. It's just a Google Street View of the site now. I think it also helps with the current context. So this is a street view from 2021. The most recent one's 2022, but there's a PSE&G truck in front of it, so we can't see it. You can see the gate and the current vehicle access is on the DOT's property. The property line is where this kind of cut in the sidewalk is now, right?
Okay.
And that's how it goes back. So they are not currently accessing the easement area from our property. They have their own gate. And what we're proposing to do is put a nicer gate here with a pedestrian access point, not a gate down the property, and then fill in the portion of the curb on our side of the property. I hope that's a little bit more helpful.
Yeah, it's helpful. And off to the right is the structure, the exhaust
Yeah.
structure for the railroad, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's an improvement to the property and a safety as well.
Makes sense then, Mr. Joseph.
I'm sorry, Council, I missed that.
So that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's mark that as A3.
Yeah, I'm screenshotting it right now.
Gate.
What about a copy of the easement?
That is on the portal. Yeah, that's on the portal. I was just pulling up the exact language for you guys, which is it's a non-exclusive easement or right unto said grantee successors assigned of ingress and egress for vehicular and pedestrian traffic over and across a strip of land, and then it describes the land.
Do we
Right,
get a
that's what
copy of that?
it's on the
On
portal.
the portal.
Oh,
It's on the
okay.
portal.
Right. But Mr.
Um,
Joseph, my question is, you can't just replace their fence, obviously. But you can fill in that curb, and you can give yourself a pedestrian gate, since there is currently no
correct
vehicular gate.
Right, and it's a non-exclusive easement. We're allowed to use it as well. It's not only for them. Yeah.
It's your property, and I don't dispute that either.
Yeah.
So that is, from a legal standpoint, I have no issue with that. I understand, you understand, you can't park in the front yard, you can't park over there. You're not proposing that. Anybody does that, it's an enforcement issue, it's a violation, and it shouldn't be happening.
Correct. So, Ahmed, why don't you take back over again, and we'll pick up where we left off. I do want to add, and Ahmed will point this out as well. It is an oversized lot, and because of this condition, we did try to mitigate the intensity of this condition. We are allowed to do 4 units here. This is only a two-family house, and that was part of our thought process as well. But Ahmed, I'll let you.
Yeah, no,
continue.
sure. I think this conversation was important for everybody to be on the same page. So, just to cover this again, there is an existing chain link fence here, which is existing to remain all the way. In this portion, we're proposing a new fence and a gate. This is the access to the property, to the flag part of the property, as Council was just mentioning. To take you through this, we have 2 units. These are not stacked. These are 2 duplexes side by side. Unit 1 is entered here. Unit 2 is entered here. We have a side setback here of 3 feet. We have a setback on this side of also 3 feet 1 inch here and 3 feet 1 inch here. In the back, it's 10 feet. And in the front, it's 5 feet. And by say front, it's the frontage that's facing the street. I do want to mention a couple of things before I go through the plans, and I know Sam will cover that as well. One of the variances we're asking for is the rear yard setback. And if you look at the property depth of 100 feet, 25%, which would be 25 feet, would be measured from here, 25 feet this way, which would only keep about 15 feet here in this area, which the only buildable section really of
You're breaking up a bit, Ahmed.
what we the property.
Ahmed,
Is it better now? Yes.
a little bit. Try again.
Everyone else hear me, or is it just
Better.
no?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Apologize about that. What I was saying was, if you look at the depth of the property at 100 feet, 25% of 100 feet is 25 feet, which would leave only 15% buildable area, which would render this property basically non-buildable. So the way we interpret this here is looking at the depth here, because this is really the buildable portion of the property. And at 40 feet, 25% of 40 feet is 10 feet, which is exactly what we leave as a rear yard setback here. The side yards do meet the ordinance, and then we have a 5-foot setback here in the front. We do have, again, portions, 2 doors from the back of the property to these smaller rear yards, which is separated by a wood fence that's 6 feet high. Both properties have a roof deck, which I'll show in a few minutes. And so this is the first floor, the entrance. There's a living kitchen area down here with a large, nice pantry. have bath and access to the rear yard, and there is stairs that take you upstairs. Both units are a mirror of each other. The second floor, we have a small living space here, and a master suite with a bathroom and a walk-in closet, again mirrored on the other side. And then the third floor has the 3 bedrooms here with a shared bathroom, and each bedroom has a closet. And then there's also more storage closets outside. One more floor up, the stairs take you to a private roof deck for each unit. What we've tried to do outside of the 10-foot setback to the rear, where's the rear yard also of the other single-family homes behind us or two-family homes behind us, is we've put the bulkhead here to basically give them privacy, and give our roof decks also privacy. So there's no no visual connections on that side. So it's only facing the DOT property that is in front of us. We do also propose a green roof area on top of the building in this area here. This is the proposed elevation of the building, and we're using 2 materials here. We're using a composite wood panel, which is this, and we're using a beige cement board, which is this. This is the light fixture proposed on the facade, which is laid out on the facade as per the rendering and on the drawing here as well. Some of the contextual architecture. This is images on the block. This is down the block. One of the buildings down the block has a similar build and color and a flat roof. This is a newer building that's on the property on this block as well. Again, the beige color repeats along with the brown, beige and the brown, the beige and brown, which is also the beginning of the block right here on Waverly Street, and then similar colors again. You'll see that this type of building and this type of building have the entrances directly on the sidewalk. These are the end of the block's corner buildings. Our building is set back from the front of the street, so it does not read as part of the street wall. So we took the liberty of putting the entrances right here, so we do not create more stairs and step up. The 3 stories are matching in terms of color and massing to the rest of the street. And we have the setback on top to create the roof deck. And this is a quick day rendering of what envisioning this to look like. And then the roof deck here for the 2 units with the green roof in the front. I do want to go back one more time to the site plan and just explain the lighting. We have lighting because this is further back again from the street, so we were very careful with the lighting to make sure that it's safe and it feels nice back there. So we do have lighting along the front of the building, lights on the side of the building, and lights in the rear of the property as well to light the rear backyard, which does not exceed our property line or there's no light pollution, there's no throw on the properties beyond us. The elevation, I think you've seen again with the lights at night, and this is what we envision to happen here. I know this is an atypical lot, but we've tried to make sense of it and follow the ordinance and the R1 zoning as much as possible. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
No, not from me.
Okay. All right, let's have Sam give his
Thank you,
planning
Emmett.
testimony then.
Great. And for the record, still under oath and license is still current and in good standing. So as covered, this property is in the R1 district. We do have several bulk variances. Those are all directly related to the irregular shape, the flag lot shape of the lot, along with the DOT easement here. So I think oftentimes when you have a flag lot, you are presented with a hardship on the property due to that unique shape and the inability to comply with the strict conformance with the zone standards. So I think the C1 criteria is directly applicable here, due to the shape of the lot and due to the easement that covers the flag portion of the property. So Ahmed really did cover the rear yard setback. We're proposing 10 feet where 25% or 25 feet here is required. As Mr. Amar testified to, we are proposing is directly proportional to the flag portion of the lot. So I think we are meeting the intent of the standard here. So in addition to the hardship condition, I think the benefits here would outweigh the detriments, and we are meeting the intent of the ordinance. The other variances, and again, these are directly related to the flag lot shape of the lot, is for front yard setback. We are proposing a front yard setback of 65.5 feet, where a setback that matches the front primary facade is required. So again, given the flag lot nature of the lot, we have to propose a building in the back of the property which doesn't match the predominant setback of the block. So that is a direct hardship related to that. In addition, we cannot build any portion of the pole of the lot, so there is no ability to match that front primary facade of the block frontage here. We also have two variances related to front yard lot coverage and landscaping. The R1 district requires or limits the front yard lot coverage to 50%. We're proposing 100% here with the entire impervious pavement, and that's consistent with the easement language to allow for ingress and egress. Likewise, we're proposing 0%, 0 square feet of front yard landscaping, and that's where 60% is required between the building line and street line. So again, that's directly related to the easement language with the DOT and meeting their ingress and egress conditions here. Finally, we do have design waivers from the building design standards. This is somewhat new in the R1 district. There's design standards that require buildings to be contextual to other properties and buildings on the block. That includes floor heights, building entry height, roof pitch, etc. So here we have a building that's proposed in the very back of the lot, again, over 65 feet from the front lot line. Also mentioned directly to the east, we have this DOT vent shaft, and directly to the west, you do see a building currently on the survey depicted there, but that has since been demolished. So the buildings to the west are currently vacant. So there is real no direct adjacent buildings here, and I think just as far back as this property is, there's no detriments to the character of the block with what's being proposed. And Ahmed really did cover the facade materials and lighting considerations that were taken with this project. So overall, I think this project and the requested variances do meet the C1 and C2 criteria. This project does promote the purpose of the municipal land use law. Again, it's appropriate use and development of the property. It's a two-family house where 4 families permitted, and we are promoting a desirable visual environment with the building being proposed here. I don't see any substantial detriment to public good or general welfare, and I likewise don't see a substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. This certainly is a unique lot and unique situation, but I think we're proposing a project that's consistent with what the zoning calls for. So I think this project does meet both the positive and negative criteria here.
Thank you, Sam. Ahmed, if you can stop sharing, please. Any board comments?
No.
Madam Chair, I think this is only the second time I've had Mr. Bellamy prove out a hardship C variance in front of this board.
Well, I gotta say it's different. It's different. Interesting.
If there's no other comments from the board, I would like to open to the public. Is there anyone from the public?
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody from the Republic.
I'm promoting Sean
Excuse me.
Shackman.
Hi, Sean. I just need to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure, Sean Shackner. So it's Shaun, last name Schachner. I live at 45 Prospect Street.
Thank you.
Sean, you have 3 minutes.
Great. I'll keep it quick. I mean, I appreciate the, unique aspects of the property. Like I mentioned, I live at 45 Prospect, so the backyard of my property borders the backyard of this property. So honestly, just my concerns are about privacy, just with the rear yard setback here. Only being 10 feet here, the building will be, kind of right on the property line and essentially cause no privacy to the backyard of our building of our property. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other one from the public? Is there anyone else?
Cam, do you see anyone?
No, that was it.
All right, Madam Chair, I make a recommendation that we don't see any other people from the public commenting on this.
You closing public comment?
I definitely am.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Public is closed. Do you want to address that from the public?
Yeah, I mean, I hope the board can see that we did try to thoughtfully design this project. The everything from the number of units that we propose, only 2 units to give each of those units not just outdoor space on the ground floor, but roof deck space for 2 roof deck spaces, one for each unit, and orienting the bulkhead in a way that tries to maximize that privacy. I know Cameron's here, and Cameron is amazing. We did work a whole lot with Sophia on this application, and Cameron, I'm sure you spoke with her at some point, but
Stephen,
Ahmed also would like
may
to
I
chime in here.
may I just
Yeah.
Sure, Ahmed.
Can I share the screen one more time? Because I do understand the neighbor's concern and I want to address it just head on to explain it.
Absolutely.
Because if I lived behind this property, I would have the same concern. And I wanna explain something if you're still on. So this is the main, this is the first floor, and we put all of the living spaces facing the DOT site, not your site behind us. The site behind us is really just access to a yard where will be a fence similar to any other property, and a stair. On the second floor, again, the living spaces, and the bedroom and the dining and the living is all facing again the front of the property, not the rear. There's only a stair here, so I don't anticipate people, sitting or congregating on a stair, so that there's no really visual connection there. These windows are just light and air. And again, on the third floor, all of the living and all of the activity would happen on this side. And as I mentioned, the bulkhead is placed directly at the rear of the building so that there's no overlooking of your yard either again. So I just wanted to comment on this to put you at ease if I can, just to address that, because I do understand the concern. That's it. Thank you.
Also,
Thank you,
please,
Ahmed. That was pretty clear. Thank you.
yeah, and the neighbor can also contact us. City planning obviously has my information. I could connect the neighbor directly with this property owner.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That wrap up public comments as well. Cam, are you wrapping this up for Sophia?
Yes, I'm covering for Sophia, and as we usually start, I would ask that the applicant's attorney agree to the planning staff memo's conditions, in the memorandum dated April 27th of this year.
Yes, there's 5 conditions on the staff report, and those conditions are acceptable.
Okay. And then I'm just going to quickly echo the professional planner's testimony that this site is abnormal, and the variances are associated with those abnormalities. And for that reason, it meets the C1 standard for variances, and we agree that it would not have a detriment to the zone plan, master plan, or the public's health, general welfare, well-being. And I think I don't want to overstep, and I know the hour is late, but is it possible perhaps to Stephen to put like some taller evergreen shrubs in the backyard, or is that something that Sophia and Matt already examined with you?
Um, we focus, man, yes, the answer is yes. We're happy to do taller evergreen trees in the backyard. We have no issue with that. Yeah, we did work extensively with Matt and Sophia on the front, on the easement area, on the design of the building, floors and materials. But yeah, evergreen's not a problem.
I like that
Maybe
as well.
we could do 3 junipers, Jolly Green Giants, they're called, and they, give them some space, and you can trim and prune them so that they don't encroach on that, rear yard activity space for the tenants, and then it would provide some privacy all year round. So, how about we add that a condition? We'll add just some vegetation in the rear yard as privacy. But and that would be a sixth condition to the memo.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. And you could do the landscaping plan at my house one of these days too. You always have the right plant for the right situation.
Thanks. Commissioner Little?
Commissioner,
Yeah, I don't want to overstep either, but if it's possible to add some sort of condition that would, at least delineate the pedestrian walkway from where DOT is used to putting their vehicles, I just worry about the potential for a conflict.
Yeah, it's the whole area that's the problem. It's a 15 by 60 area. The entirety of the area is the easement area. That's the issue.
Would it be possible to create like a small pedestrian walkway that's like where the walkway itself is gravel or something like that? So it's visibly different and it's visibly supposed to be for
Uh,
pedestrians.
Ahmed, what do you think about maybe like we could paint? Can we
I
can we
mean,
paint it
look,
a different
it's
color?
an egress. I would have to read the easement. Again, I know I read it with you almost a year ago now. If there's no specification for the type of material and it's only about access, we can still provide a material that allows the access but differentiates it from the rest of the easement. I don't want to, just being very frank, I don't want to promise that we can do that because this is something that we have to review in the easement. So is that something that
Well,
we can work with staff
I
on?
I think I just legally I would be comfortable with differentiating by, color, right? If we
Color is
have
possible, definitely, yes.
I mean, just something. I understand the councilperson's concern. Just, at least there's a designated area, perhaps as far away from the DOT property as possible, that people are supposed to follow, right? Uh, whether they follow that, who knows? But at least there's somewhere that's visually different. I think that's not a heavy lift to just do paint or whatever we do to differentiate in color, I would say. That
And
seems
Mr. Joseph, I would then suggest that if you're going to go that route, maybe also put that gate at the edge of the property as opposed to
yeah,
in the middle.
agreed. Yeah,
Let
I think that
hopefully
makes
people walk along the line.
Yeah,
correct.
that would make me feel better. Thank you.
Okay, so that will be the seventh condition in the reso.
Yes.
But again, yeah, the planning staff recommends approval. We think it'll be a good improvement to the site. So
yeah, thank you. I would like to entertain a motion.
I move to approve case P 2025-0127, minor site plan with C variances for the address of 30-32 Waverly Street, Jersey City.
Second that.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Elena Little.
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
Aye.
And Madam Chair Gongardin.
Yeah, I think it's very much an improvement to the site. The variances requested is not a detriment, and it will be a major improvement along the way there on Waverly Street as well. My vote is aye.
Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate your
Thank
time
you.
this evening. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. No
Yeah,
problem.
thank you. Thank you for taking the application this late. Thanks.
Cam, so P2025-0184 and P2025-0185 will be on the agenda for July 28.
Correct.
Okay, I would have loved to get it done tonight, but that is pretty much impossible because both has to be heard at the same time. I would like to move on to resolutions.
Yes, there are 4, Pat.
Okay. Number 1, resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City, applicant Severed Orchard, Jersey City LLC, for minor site plan approval with C variances, Severed Orchard Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 15201, lot 47, case number P2025-0196. Second resolution, resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City, applicant LLCK Investment Ventures, LLC, for the extension of final major site plan approval with deviations 169 Culver Avenue, Jersey City, block 22102, lot 16, case number P2026-0072. Third item, resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City, applicant 547 LLC, for preliminary and final major site plan approval.
That one's off, Commissioner.
Okay, that one's off. I had to break my concentration. Okay. Item 4, resolution. City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P2025-0190, applicant 311 3rd SPE LLC, address 311 3rd Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 11106, lot 4, decided on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, memorialized on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026, application for a minor site plan with C variances. Final resolution. Item 5, resolution, City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P2025-0191, applicant 44 Coles, SPE, LLC, address 44 Coles Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 111, 08, lots 41, decided on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, memorialized on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026, application for approval for minor site plan. I move to make
Second.
favorable.
Second.
Okay, good.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Councilperson Elena Little.
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Acting Vice Chair Stamato.
Aye.
Madam Chair Gongardin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Do we need any executive session?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I second
Okay.
Yes.
You gotta first
please.
it though.
Motion.
it.
First it.
First and second and whatever. I thought somebody beat me, to be honest with you.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Motion.
All right.
There's a second.
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 Third, fourth, fifth.
We're adjourned.
We adjourn.
Thanks.
Mike, thank you so much. You didn't get a break in between, but thank you.
Thank you,
Good
guys.
night, everyone.
Good night.